1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, one, two. Yeah. Sitting in a circle.
Thank you. Ooh. Colleagues, sorry to bother you as you're sitting there. If you are here and you currently drive, let's not say what the car's make is, but if your registration number is CAW 35879, don't stand up immediately, give yourself a second, right? Just relax. So if you are CAW, George, 35879, or CAA 132508, you are blocking the entrance to the college with your vehicle. Don't worry. Possibly a Renault and a Peugeot. So if you could just go and move your car, it would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Thanks, Baba. Colleagues, just another general announcement. If you are part of the CTLI hostel group and you have not yet received your breakfast, you're welcome to move to the front, Alberta van der Merwe, and you can then get your breakfast there. Once again, if you're me, I would try and work myself in there, but only if you're part of the CTLI hostel group. Then you are now welcome to move to the front to get your breakfast from Alberta. Thank you. Colleagues, as you're making your way inside, I'd just quickly like to request again, if you're perhaps the owner of CAW 35879 or CAA 132508, then currently you are still blocking the way for all the cars. That's why you'll see we have many of our colleagues that are still stuck behind those two cars trying to get into the rugby field. So please, CAW 35879 and CAA 132508, if you're the owner of those vehicles, if you could please go and move those cars for us now. Thank you. Colleagues, just before we get started formally, if we have any presenters that are currently here, you're more than welcome to come and sit in this middle block here to my right, your left, in the second to the fourth rows. Any presenters that are presenting in the following 2 days or 3 days, you're welcome just to come and fill up rows 2 to 4 on my left, here behind our director and our chief director as well. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just before I get started, I'm going to ask again, and I'm going to do this before I do the formal welcome, which will be streaming live to YouTube. I'm going to ask that if you are the owner, we are still struggling to find you. Now is the time to stand so that we can all look. And then just let's get it over and done with. So everybody turn your necks now. We're looking for CAW 35879. You are still blocking the way. We've got tons of cars that are still stuck behind you, as well as your friend CAA 132508. Now I know that many of you are asking yourselves the question, I don't know my registration number. So to help you, don't worry, I will tell you the color and the make of the car. Right. The CAW 35879 is a white Renault Clio. This is you. Right? So if this is you, stand and let's get that one moved. The next one is a silver CAA 132508, and it is a Peugeot 300. No, it's a 3008. 3008. Don't worry, here you are as well. You know, if we can zoom in on that and show them on the screens, then I think it'll be a lot more effective, eh? So, colleagues, please, we are still struggling to get some of our other colleagues in at the rugby field. So what I'm talking about is the field on the other side. So we have all that space to put cars on, but they can't get by. And what's happened now is we have some of our other colleagues that are here who have also now stopped behind them. So we've got a bottleneck, and we've got where we could fit 100 cars, we only have 10 cars inside there at the current moment. So please, if that's you, let's get those cars moved as quickly as possible. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Woodward, and I'm currently the DCS in the Director's Office, as well as the Mathematics Subject Advisor in Metro North. All right, thank you, colleagues. In the Metro North Education District, and on behalf of the Directorate of the GET, we would like to welcome you to the Foundation Phase Conference of 2023. Now, colleagues, before we get underway and before I start speaking and you will ask me to later leave, I'm going to ask you that we all rise and we sing the national anthem together. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you so much, colleagues. You're welcome to take your seats again. Now, once again, we don't want to put anybody on the spot. I tried my best beforehand. If you're the owners of those vehicles, it is now live on YouTube. So what we would like to do is just welcome you. If you are tuned in this morning and that on your TV and you're watching from your home or from the office, wherever you are, we'd like to welcome you as well. And thank you for tuning in this morning to share with us in the plenary session. But colleagues, it really is my privilege to be here. And as I look out across this hall this morning, it really does remind me of, I don't know if you know of the person called Winston Churchill. And Winston Churchill once said, he said, don't be prepared to be the chip off the old block. Be the block itself. And when I look at you as the foundation phase teachers or otherwise principals sitting here, I see you as the foundation that we are building tomorrow's future on. So give yourselves a nice round of applause for being here, taking the time out in your holiday as well. So colleagues, it's my privilege to welcome you and also to our first speaker, who's our DCG, Miss Karen Dudley. Now, except for my beautiful and stunning wife, she's only one of the other two ladies that can tell me what to do. And I'd just like to mention that she is the director of the curriculum development, our general education and training banding grades, ECD, to grade 9. And she was appointed on the 1st of July in 2017. Now, here's the thing. Miss Dudley won't let me stand here talking about her, so I'm just going to do it in any case. So Miss Dudley has served, if you've ever wondered, within education and the WCED for the past 35 years, in numerous capacities throughout the department. And prior to her appointment as director for our phase as the GT Directorate, she was the head of curriculum coordination advice in Metro. And prior, oh sorry, did I say that out loud? Sorry, she was in Metro Central. And Central. So we do have somebody from Central here as well. It's not like at our CSF the other day, our colleague mentioned all our various districts that left my wife's, and she's sitting next to me. She's like, but what about East? So, no East. There we go. Again, no East. Okay. So, but colleagues, Ms. Dudley has served as a language subject advisor in Metro South from grades. Thank you very much. There we go. You're getting the idea. And she has a BA degree from UWC, a degree in specialized education from UNISA, an honors degree from Stellenbosch University, and a master's degree in language across the curriculum in content-based language learning and teaching from the University of Pennsylvania. Absolutely. Now, colleagues, if you don't know where that is, it's not at the front where the pencils were. And don't worry, you're not here in vain. It is in the USA, I hope. Now, she enjoys the outdoors, sightseeing and sport, in particular volleyball. And she used to play as well as coach the South African ladies team for 18 years. And she represented South Africa at international sporting events such as the All Africa Games, the World Cup Championships, both indoor as well as beach volleyball. So other interests, of course, include traveling, reading, and spending quality time with her partner as well as her children. And on the 3rd of September 2020, the following resolution was adopted in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament upon a motion moved by Miss L.J. Botha, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Education. And she said the following, that the House congratulates Miss Karen Dudley for being selected to form part of the Mail and Guardian's most powerful woman and on the list for 2020. I think you can give her a nice round of applause for that. They commend the transformative work that she has done in her role at the Western Cape Education Department as the Director for Early Childhood Development until grade 9. And notes that the award list is truly a testimony of the excellent and tireless work done by women in our own country. And in 2020, she was recognized and received the award as one of Mail and Guardian's powerful women for 2020, as I said. So colleagues, if you've ever wondered what Ms. Dudley's vision is, I'm going to put it in a short synopsis. It says that her vision is to constantly focus on the improvement of learning and teaching environments as well as the outcomes achieved, inclusive of teachers and learners. To pursue knowledge of best practices, differentiated learning, current educational theory, and accurately measuring and analyzing data to improve learning and teaching. To some of you, you're just hearing, it's part of teaching, don't worry. Okay, and to build strong and respectful relationships of trust, as well as support with the 8 districts and the schools within these districts. And ma'am, have you not done so? We can truly attest that you have done that. She notes the importance of STEAMAC for the arts and arts education as part of the holistic development of the learner. And Ms. Dudley's purpose is to forge good relationships, as I've mentioned, not just with the 8 districts, but with the HEIs, NGOs, and all other educational partners. So Ms. Dudley's strategic plan and vision as director of GET is to ensure all children are literate, numerate, and enjoy the experience. So one of her favorite quotes, as she and her team endeavor to do this, is, "Don't tell me the sky is the limit when there are footprints on the moon." Colleagues, please put your hands together for our director of our GET phase, Ms. Corin Dudley.
Wow, what an amazing audience we have here this morning. Come on, give it up for yourselves. Absolutely awesome. And if you know me, those of you who know me, you know I can never stand behind this podium, ladies and gentlemen. It really gives me great pleasure to welcome you here to the very first. And you say, "Corin, are you sure?" Yes, I am definitely sure. You do know, Mrs. Lucas, I have been around for 35 years in the education department, my 36th year, so I should know that this is the very first foundation phase conference. Come on, give it up. Awesome, fantastic. Now, let me follow my protocols. Kasifa, let me remember my protocols before I start dancing, Ms. Naidu, on the stage here. Really, I want to acknowledge, now, I still have to do my PMDS, you know, your IQMS. So let me acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, our Deputy Director General in the House, Mr. Harun Mohammed, who's really been a wonderful coach and mentor to me personally as well, and to our branch, to our Chief Director, the one who's going to do my PMD, so now extra applause for this one, Mr. Juan Benjamin. Lovely, I think I got full marks for that one there. I want to acknowledge the director of the Overberg District, Ms. Isabel Sanossi, in our presence here today. And if I do see any other directors who might have diverted and leaned all the way to the back, I want to look at all circuit managers this morning. I see Mrs. Naidu here. I see Ms. Lagrange here, head of ICELES. Where are you, Lynn? And then there we are, there's Lynn. I want to also acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, our CES for Examinations and Assessment, Ms. Moya Combrink, and then the 2 senior managers in the GET Directorate, Mr. Ibrahim Peck, who leads grade 4 to 9. Mr. Peck, if you can wave and show them how handsome you are. Sorry, girls, he's just been taken up. He got married recently. You can see in GT, we all get engaged and married. So if you're following me on social media, you know exactly what I mean. We haven't given up on Almorettas yet. We're looking out. Any volunteers in the house, come and talk to me afterwards, or talk to me during tea time. The head of our foundation phase of this conference, Ms. Almoretta Toy. And then we also have, I want to acknowledge Dr. King to all our, thank you so much, Doctor, for being here. It's really such an honor and privilege to have you with the Western Cape Education Department today. I want to acknowledge all our presenters who will be in the rooms. And what's so great about this is, it is teachers, and I think it's always great when teachers learn from teachers. That is absolutely, because you at the coal face, you know exactly what's happening in the classroom, what works, what does not work. And I think this is what it's like, a big community of practice, like a big PLC, a provincial, interprovincial PLC. And I think that's what's so great about you making history. You being here today, ladies and gentlemen, and take it and notice the gentleman is also part of the foundation phase. I think that's absolutely another trailblazer. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's about, really, we always talk about making history, but you are actually part of history making today. And so thank you for being part of that history, because we've had a reading conference, we've had a language conference, we've had a mathematics launch of a strategy, of a reading strategy. 2 weeks ago, we did an innovation coding and robotics. So don't get confused when I say this is the first one. Those were all different ones for different subjects. But now we've had a life skills conference. And so we're saying we've now taken all of those because we know all of those subjects are important for the holistic development of our foundation phase learners. I also want to acknowledge, you'll notice, if you work on the 6th floor at head office, at our provincial office, you are automatically, Sandra, you get angelic wings. And you are called an angel of the 6th floor. So to all our ladies, all our colleagues, the entire team is here today. All the Deputy Chief Education Specialists, come on, get up wherever you are, or I'll call your name out. Wave to the audience. Come, Siki, Natty, Alberta, where's Stella? I see there right at the back. Thank you, guys. And so you've got the whole team here. Please, you'll notice they have these T-shirts on, ladies and gentlemen. So when you see them, you say, which one? Yes, I remember you, Natalie. I know that Jolly Phonics. Nsiki, I just know it. I know exactly. Here we come, I all. Alberta, yes, very tall one. Maar net so 'n klein hartjie. Alberta for Afrikaans. We've got Deneen for 100 schools. Elizabeth at the back for life skills. We also have Matilda Buerta for coding and robotics. And then we've got Dawn Cosette for grade R as well, ladies and gentlemen. Carmelita, unfortunately, is not with us. She's abroad. So thank you to each and everyone for making this a memorable occasion, one that goes down in the history books. That we know foundation phase, as Mr. Mohammed will share very shortly, is a priority for this province. And listen very carefully to the following statement that I make. As you know, for those of you, whether you did geography or not, you did it sometime at primary school, whether it was social sciences, back in my day, it wasn't called social sciences, but in today's time. And so you'll know we have 9 provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the 9 provinces, out of over the 1,500 schools in this province, our broad management and leadership, our head of education, Mr. Brent Walters, and his executive team, together with Mr. Mohammed, who heads this team, declared foundation phase as a priority. I want you to turn around and show my sexy part. Don't look at that part, look at this part. I know because you're going to Juan, keep your eyes there. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the only province that has made foundation phase a priority. Have you not been saying that for years? That if we get foundation phase right, if we plow the same money and the same resources and energy that we did at grade 12 at the end of the career, and I'm not biased to foundation phase. My youngest son is doing matric exams as we speak. I know I look very dashing for my age, Sandra. I started a little late in life, darling. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have made it a priority because we know if we get this right, our learners will be able to achieve the vision that Kenneth spoke about in front of you, to be able to be literate and be able to read for meaning and read with comprehension. And so we're honored and privileged. You see, all of us could be here. All the names and all the delegates. I can stand here with that whole long CV that Kenneth read out. I'm not inviting him to my wedding at the end of the year because by then the sun would have set and we wouldn't have said our vows yet, Moya. So what I'm saying is it wouldn't have been possible if you weren't here. And as well to all our viewers that are out there, we're streaming this conference as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we only had place for 800, and you made that cutoff. And we know at the moment when you go to our YouTube channel, we're already hitting over 2,000 hits at the moment. The last time we were over Almaret, 8,000 of them. So please, for those of you who couldn't make it in the live stream, please do spread the word. The link is out there on social media, on WCD News on Twitter, on the Western Cape Facebook page, Instagram, and LinkedIn page. And of course, I've tweeted myself in there as well. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making this a memorable and historical day. As we say in GET, this year for 2024, we spoke about going mad. Now, I got quite a few evil looks when I said, Anusha, that we're going mad. But we have a purpose. And our purpose is to make a difference. And so you'll notice the theme of this conference is foundation phase being that priority, but also we are on a journey to impact. And in order to impact, we need to go big, we need to be brave, and we need to be bold. Because you need to be bold to say, I claim my space, I know my purpose, these are my little babies. So at this point in time, I think I'm quite synonymous for this. As I end off, I want you to take out your mobile phone. I'm one of those teachers who allow mobile phones for educational purposes in the classroom. Come on, take it out now. Don't tell me you didn't bring your mobile phone with. And say, I don't have airtime, no data. Not going to fly. Even if you get home on your Wi-Fi, you can post it later. Now put your camera on selfie. Come on, put it on selfie, baby. Show me what you got. Not that Apple phone, Mr. Benjamin, please. Where's that Samsung Android phone? And I want you to take a selfie. Come on, are you ready with me? And say, foundation phase priority. Come on, take it, take that selfie. Take him, take him. Fantastic. I see they do need a little bit. Tilla, where are you for coding and robotics? Van hy gesigte kom net so groot op die skerm. Hou so 'n bietjie ver weg, hoor, asseblief tog dames. Dan kom die pose mos mooi uit en al die buiswys nie op die gesig nie, nê? Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful morning, a wonderful 2 days as we celebrate foundation phase as a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dudley. Colleagues, let's just give Ms. Dudley a nice round of applause again. Thank you very much for getting us excited about that which we are talking about today, foundation phase as a priority. Now, colleagues, we would like to just show you a brief video that is going to showcase these values that we are speaking about this morning as foundation phase is a priority. So if we can just get, cue that video, please. Thank you. Fantastic, colleagues. And as you can see, the WCED and the Directorate are doing a lot to push that theme of foundation phase as an absolute priority. Yes, I was. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes. As a priority. Now, colleagues, I don't want to say too much because Mr. Peck is going to, Miss Daddy, I have that problem as well. I want to walk around, but I have to see because so that they can see, you know. Mr. Peck will say something later about our Chief Director. But I'm going to ask our Chief Director, Mr. Juan Benjamin, to come to stage, and he's going to do the introduction of our DDG. But what I can say about Mr. Benjamin is, Mr. Benjamin, you are the epitome of suave. And I know that they speak about pushing boundaries. You don't push them, so you break them down. And that's what we like. So let's please put our hands together to welcome our Chief Director, Mr. Juan Benjamin, to stage. Thank you.
There's times when you don't say anything in response to the comments made by Kenneth. Colleagues, good morning. Welcome to this event. It's absolutely a thrill to be here. And of course, special for me to introduce someone to you that is considered a thought leader in our sector. Just want to say, Dr. Sithole, it's lovely seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while. Different venue. And also to Ingrid, lovely to see you here too. But let me introduce someone, as I said, who is a thought leader in our sector, but to me is simply Arun, my boss. And so let me tell you something about this individual in terms of his CV, and it's quite impressive, as you no doubt will hear. So Arun assumed duty as the Deputy Director for Curriculum Management, Teacher Development and Exams on the 1st of September 2021. He previously served as the National Director for Continued Teacher Professional Development at the Department of Basic Education, and also the Executive Director at the Gauteng Curriculum Development Institute. He further served on the Ministerial Review for Curriculum 2005 and headed its Teacher Development Working Group. He holds 2 master's degrees from the University of Witwatersrand as well as the University of London. He has further qualifications including a BA, a B.Ed, a Diploma in Strategic Planning and Leadership. Arun taught English at primary and high school levels lectured in humanities at a teacher training college, and worked in an NGO and a range of community-based and non-formal programs. He has published many articles on curriculum and teacher development and sports and development, which is another of his passions. He enjoys community work, played and coached professional soccer. In fact, he still coaches at some level, and is currently involved in soccer coaching education, playing tennis, enjoys reading, writing, and with all his talents also finds time to do poetry, music, hiking, and being in nature. It is on that note and with that background, knowing the level of commitment he has to this particular cause, I introduce to you my boss, your DDG, Arun Mohammed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this morning. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for the warm and kind words. Now, if this thing doesn't want to move. Okay. So firstly, let me thank everybody for the opportunity to be presenting at this first ever conference. When I wrote the sentence yesterday, I wasn't sure if it was the first ever Foundation Phase conference, but Almaret and Karen have confirmed that it is. So let me join Karen in confirming that this is indeed the first ever Foundation Phase conference that the Western Cape Education Department has held. It is National Teachers Month starting on the 1st of October. So we celebrate the contributions, the choices that each one of us has made to become a teacher, the skill that we put into the work on a daily basis, together with 10,000 of you in the Foundation Phase in the Western Cape, 33,000 teachers altogether in the Western Cape province, 400,000 teachers, Dr. Sithole, am I right, in the country and 115 million teachers worldwide. We constitute the largest public sector in the world. And as you and I know, teachers play an enormously important role in the lives of children, but of society in general. In fact, let me quote another one. Educators are the only people who lose sleep over other people's children. Okay, so yeah, okay. Let me also then congratulate the team for pulling the conference together. As Ms. Dudley has indicated, this team, the GT team, is a very busy team. I don't know where they find the energy to run so many conferences, but they do it. And thanks to them, we are all sitting together here this afternoon. Thanks to all of you for attending, in anticipation for your participation in this conference. We know it's holiday time, and in fact, some senior decision makers have been questioning us and saying, are you not overworking the teachers? But the fact that you have registered today is an indication that you are interested in your own development, and we really value that. Okay, so the author Lenny Bruce makes the following comment: what brings people together is valuable. And so, you know, some people say a conference is just a talk shop, etc., etc. My view is that if we use the time well, we are doing something of value in coming together as we are. The program, as you can see, is designed to stimulate, provide opportunity for you to make inputs, to form professional partnerships and so on, and we're hoping that you will make the best of the 2 days that we are together. What I'm going to do in this presentation, I've been asked to say a few words, and because Foundation Phase is a priority, and in 2021, when the decision was made, Mr. Walters asked me to champion this particular process. I'll just make a couple of remarks with a view to strengthening what I consider to be a good performance on behalf of Foundation Phase Western Cape. I'll share with you some data on why I say that, and then I'm going to end up with a couple of questions, not necessarily solutions, on what I think we can do better than we're currently doing. Okay, so the WCD has got 4 missions. I'm sorry the print is a little bit small, but I'm sure we'll be circulating the presentation, so don't worry too much about the smallness of it. But there are 4 mission statements in the WCD. The one talks about enhanced performance, the second one about enhanced teaching environments, the third one about functionality and accountability, and the last one about innovative adaptability and so on. So I just wanted to indicate that, you know, all of the work that we do is always a continuity between the past, the present, and the future. And sometimes what tends to happen, especially the younger people, they forget that, you know, there's a long history that brings us to where we are. In fact, you know, just think about it. The amount of years, the amount of effort, the amount of creativity that it has taken for each one of us to be where we are today. It's been a long journey. Each one of us can write a fantastic history of the sacrifice and commitment and all the agony that you went through to be where you are today. So just to say that, you know, the past is always important, but it's also important for us to remember that we should not ever get stuck in the past. Past is important to celebrate, but the present is the most important gift we have, and the gift of today is the stepping stone for a better tomorrow. So just to indicate that in the department, there is also a commitment. So this is a statement from the annual performance plan of the WCD. It says, the department realigns the priorities to incorporate the influence of the pandemic and the adjusted needs of the department. So in this particular case, I thought I'll just share with you that building from the past, in August 2021, which Ms. Dudley referred to, we adopted blended learning, psychosocial support, and foundation phase as the 3 priorities of the department. I'm sure you've seen the wagon wheel. I'm going to show it to you just now. And then in February of this year, we included the Back on Track program as an innovation, as an adaptation to current realities. And I'm sure each one of you is aware of the dynamics of that. And then just, you may not have heard about, many of you may not have heard about the Growth for Jobs strategy of Western Cape government. There's a renewed strategy to look at making sure that people have more access to employment and opportunities for employment. And again, another first, it's the first time in the history of Western Cape government that the Education Department has been drawn into this process. And the underlying question is, how can we make sure that the young people who go through our hands and our hearts and our minds are better prepared for the economic and social world that they'll be entering into, noting that unemployment is such a huge challenge that we have, and violence and other problems that we have in our system. So if you haven't heard of the Growth for Jobs strategy, please have a look at it and ask yourself the question, how can I, even at the foundation phase level, contribute to making that child more ready for the world that they will be entering into, whether they live in grade 9 or grade 7 or in grade 12, as the system goes. Okay, so you've seen this one, and as was pointed out, this decision was taken in August 2021, and as a result of that, my view, based on what we've seen and some of the experiences that have been shared with you in the foundation phase community in the Western Cape, we've got a very vibrant and dynamic sense of participation from yourselves, as your presence here indicates. And so what we now need to do is to build on that, to make sure that in next year this time, or in 2 years' time when we have another conference like this one, the situation we find ourselves in is much better than it is at the moment. So on the screen there, you'll see the results of the 2022 systemic results. Okay, 2019, 2021, and 2022. You'll see, I'm going to concentrate only on foundation phase for now. You'll see that between 2019 and 2021, in languages, we dropped by about 7%. But the good news is, and my sense is that you can reliably draw a correlation between the fact that we made foundation phase a priority and the uptick that you see there. We improved in languages between 2021 and 2022 by 1.3%. Now, some people will say 1.3% is too small. I agree. But the important thing is we're moving in the right direction. And so you can preempt my question. What is it that you and I can do to make sure that next year, that 1.3 is doubled or even tripled? Okay? Let's move on to, and then just as confirmation, just so one of the things we're doing is we're saying, okay, we're seeing an uptick in the performance in languages, but also just to indicate that in the case of mathematics, we also went up by, we dropped by about 14%, and then we went up by 3% last year. We are tracking. I put Almaret and the team under tremendous pressure to say, let's collect the information and data to confirm that we are moving in the right direction. And if you look at the early grade reading assessments in all the languages, on all the indicators, Dr. Sitole, you will see that we are going up. Okay, so for the systemic results of this year, I'm hoping that we'll be able to see a better improvement than we saw last year. Okay, so just to indicate that a lot of the pressure that we're putting on the system is the volume and the quality of work that we're doing in WCD is very strong, but we need to start measuring and showing evidence. And then on the basis of the evidence, push the system further forward. So a couple of reflections. I'm sure you've heard this one before, and it's a depressing one. 50% of 10-year-olds in the Western Cape can read with meaning, much higher than the national average, but I'm sure all of you will agree, unsatisfactory. Because for, teaching reading is the core business. And if only 50% are successful, then we should not be feeling proud of ourselves. And so, not a good position to be in. Big question is, what can we do about it? Okay, so, just my own reflection. What the slide is supposed to show is that a fully qualified or well-qualified grade 12 graduate or citizen in the province, their journey begins, in fact, the ECD people will argue it's even pre-birth, the first 1,000 days and, all of that kind of thing. But our job in this discussion is in GET and FET, the basic education sector, is what is it that we contribute in the schooling system to making sure that the person who goes through an education system comes out at the end of it fully competent, equipped to be able to participate in the economy and in the society. So ours is basic literacy and numeracy, career guidance, and learning to learn is what we've put down. This is from the provincial government literature that we've developed. Okay, so in the case of GET, nutrition is an important issue. I'm sure many of you will be able to testify that many of the children come to school hungry. Still something, in spite of the school nutrition scheme, there's a couple of things we can do about that. The reading challenge and then maths and science performance. I was recently asked by University of Northwest to do a reflection on curriculum developments going into the future. I'm not including all of what I said in that conference, but I'm just on the foundation phase side. These are the points that I made. Let's make foundation phase a national priority. So as you heard earlier on, we've made it a priority in the Western Cape, and in the national forums that we participate in, we've put this issue already forward, and from the response we got, it looks like all of the other provinces are interested to do the same. Now, something that Karen did not mention, maybe we should give ourselves a round of applause for that. What Karen did not mention, it was also in 2021, towards the end of that year, beginning of 2022, for the first time that we allocated dedicated budget to foundation phase. And that made a huge difference. All the activities that you saw happening there is as a result of that. Okay, so we're suggesting that that should happen in all of the other provinces as well. Then allocate more resources, time, budget to strengthen teaching skills. So I haven't done a scientific analysis of this one, but I'm going to just share with you the thought that's going through my head. My sense is that one of the reasons why the children cannot read for meaning with a higher percentage is because conditions in some of the schools and the teaching skills among some of the practitioners, through no fault of their own, might be the reason for it. And so if you haven't done the analysis as yet in your school or in your district, the question is, why is it that the children can't read, and what is it that we're going to be doing about it? Okay, I'm still not convinced. That's my tension with Almaret and the team is, in the reading strategy that we've distributed to support this process, I'm not yet seeing the data on which children in which schools are not able to read for meaning and why that is the case and what it is that we're going to be doing about it. Okay, so a couple of other points. Customized professional development system. In the Back on Track program this year, we introduced the 1+9 professional development system. We've been getting a lot of very positive feedback and excitement, and Mr. Benjamin has already suggested that we look at something similar for the foundation phase. In other words, over and above all the other things that Almaret and team organizes, in the school, can we not create a system where there's a lot of peer sharing, peer collaboration, so that professional development and quality teaching is something that is front of mind of the school. Okay, reduce administrative overload. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that. We're doing a lot of work. Mr. Walters has actually put together a team from the Premier's office to look at this question. We've raised the issue at national level as well, because all of you are saying there's just too many duplicated reporting tasks that you've got. Okay, and we also feel it because we also have to report to a number of structures, and sometimes it's the same information that you're just reporting to different people, and they want something different here, and it ends up being the same information having to be repackaged simply because of the overload that exists there. Okay, and then translanguaging, I think, is an important issue, given the language dispensation and challenges we've got in the country, something that we need to look at more carefully. Okay, so in the case of this province, in fact, it happened on the last day of lockdown that we launched the revised reading strategy. So I thought, let's not waste your time. In the strategy, there are a couple of pillars, and some of the issues that I'm raising are already extensively discussed in there, and also the math strategy. But let me just share with you quickly the pillars of the reading strategy, and you will see it covers a number of things. I want to concentrate on the item on learners. And what would be fantastic to see is that we have a reading plan for every single learner in the foundation phase. And as you know, they'll be at different levels. And I know it's not an easy thing to do, but we are aware that there are a number of schools in all the quintiles who have got very strong plans that supports a learner and a teacher at a very granular level. And as you know, behavior change is something that is personal. If you don't have somebody supporting you on a regular basis, you're not going to get the necessary improvement. And so my sense is, to the extent that our resources allow us to do that, a reading plan for every single learner in the province, and then if we can have a teacher professional development support plan for every single teacher as well. 4 pillars of the mathematical strategy. Let me not go into it. Let me end with the questions that I promised you at the beginning of my input. Do we have a provincial profile of the schools and learners who need support with detailed analysis of the barriers that the learners experience to acquire the reading skills? And I'm sure there are quite a number of reports, but I don't think it's detailed enough. And so that's a challenge I'm putting out to yourselves and to the team. Are we profiling the most successful, best teaching practice of reading in the province? And we know that there are a number of schools, number of you who are doing excellently in this particular task. But are we profiling it? Are we sharing that so that other teachers can learn? And I'm hoping this conference can assist us to do that. Are the success factors available to every school that needs it? And then what can each one of us do with the resources we have to improve the situation? And with the release of the strategy, one of the things we've been doing, and I was very glad to see that the Premier and even the SG saying, how much time did you spend with a child in the last 5 days? Just, doing reading or promoting reading or advocating reading. So each one of us should become an ambassador for this particular process, encourage as many other people as possible to do the same, and get our children reading, because the more they read, the better they will become at it. Lastly, as I said, in 2019, with the PEARLS result, it was showing that about 54 to 56% of 10-year-olds in the province could read for meaning. In 2021, as I showed you, we experienced a dip, quite a dramatic dip. 2022, thankfully, we're seeing a bit of an uptick. But the question is, in 2023, where will we be? Hopefully, we'll be going up quite strongly. And then in 2024, 2025, 2026. And then the next question for me is, by when can we get to 100% of our 10-year-olds reading for meaning? And what are the steps that we need to take to be able to do that? Okay, Nelson Mandela said, it always seems it's impossible until it gets done. And my living mantra is, we know there are constraints, huge constraints in our system. Do what you can with what you have where you are. Thank you very much. I hope that's been useful.
Thank you very much to our DDG, Mr. Haru. Let's just give him a nice round of applause as he leaves the stage again, colleagues. Now, just before I introduce our CES, Mr. Peck, I'm going to ask you, colleagues, now we know we're streaming to YouTube, and you know that there's streaming problems when it gets to this. So, we like the fact that when we're teachers, we can say to each other that as teachers, we're supposed to lead by example. Is that correct? Right, okay, so if we need to lead by example, then I need to ask my colleagues here at the front that we need to lead by example, don't you think? So therefore, don't worry, sir, we've done the dancing enough. So colleagues, I'm going to ask all of you to stand, please. It's very simple, you just need to stand, and you need to listen very carefully. So what's going to happen is the following. We've got some prizes we'd like to hand out here, as you can see on this table. And that's a little different, because if I ask you all to dance, like we do sometimes, the problem with that is you all think you're the best dancer, right? So how do we get through a process of elimination? It's pretty simple. You're going to do one of the following two things. I'm going to flip a coin. So I've obviously got heads and tails, depending what it is. If I fall on heads, you're going to have to make a choice. So every round you make a choice. Either heads. We're not going to do tails, because I know we're going to do that, right? So we're going to do heads and hips. But when you get to your hips, you must actually shake your hips, né? You can't just stand there going... So you actually got to, right, so everybody just twirl your hips a bit. There we go. It's like when you do the cha-cha slide, there. Okay, so when you're doing that, fancy. So everybody can do it now. You have to watch each other because now we've got children in the back of the class, that I can't see at the moment. So you just all there like, right? So you have to check each other. So everybody, colleagues, let's get that music softly because YouTube so that they don't stop us, so they don't cancel our stream. Make your choice. Do not lie. You tell your kids to be honest. Make your choice. You either put your hands in your heads or you're going to be tails. Let's see you move. There we go. Come. Tails if you choose. There we go. But it's hips, It's hips. Heads and hips. Make your choice. Have you got it? Have you got it? Make your choice. There we go. Let's see. Let's see what it is. It is. It's going to be hips. All the heads sit down. All the heads sit down. All the heads sit down. All right. All the heads sit down. Okay. New round. It's a new round. So what you do now is make your choice. Heads or hip by hip. Okay. Where's our music video? Here we go. There we go. All right. So you make your choice there. Right. Okay. Heads or hips. Make your choice. Don't lie. Here we go. It's heads, all the hips are down. All the hips are down. Right. So we got a few of you left by process of elimination. Right. Make a choice. Heads. Oh, here we go for the hips. Yep, there we go. Got the choice. Choice has been made. Let's see. Here we go. It's hips, so the heads are down. There we go, man. We've still got a few going here. Right, let's see, colleagues, make your choice. Make your choice. Have you got your choice? Here we go. Choice is made. Again, we're on hips, so the heads sit down. Alright, here we go. See, what we could make you do here is we could make it. Okay, we're not going to do that. We've done that enough. So, right. So, how many do we have left? We've still got a couple left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a couple left. Okay, so here we go. Make your choice. Heads on the hips. Make your choice. Make your choice. Here we go. Heads it is. So the hips are down. Hips, take a seat. Take a seat. Right, here we go. Next ones. All right. It's hips. The heads are down. Heads are down. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colleagues. And here's one. Right, those colleagues that are still standing, come to stage. Let's welcome them to stage. Here we go. There we go. Man, like when you come up, you gotta like do the whole. Okay, we're not gonna do that now. There we're gonna. Okay, fine. So we're not gonna do that now. Okay, colleagues, but now we're gonna have to just warm ourselves up, right? Because we like the final round, so we gotta get ourselves there. Welcome. There we go, ma'am. Come along. So I said I wasn't going to do it, but I mean, while we're here, let's just get the bodies warmed up. Are we not? Okay, so let's quickly do our novice teacher training dance. Let's get that song. Colleagues, let's stand quickly. Let's stand. Stand. Right, we're going to go back into washing our windows. Here we go. Let's wash. Come on. There we go. All of you need to wash your window. Here we go. Let me see you do it. Right. Now we're going to tread on the cigarette stumpy. You ready for it? Here we go. And. Right. Go along. There we go. But now you're going to bounce the ball with your left hand. Are you ready? Here we go. Right, okay, you got it going. So now we're going to feed the chickens. So here we go. Feed the chickens, there we go. Feed them, you need to feed the chickens, there we go. Alright, now we're going to pick it up. Here we go. Yep. Right, we're going to pick it up. There we go. Yep. Right, give yourselves a round of applause, colleagues. So here we go. Make your choice. Heads or hips. Make your choice. Hips, 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 hips. Now if it's heads, you all lose. Then nobody gets a prize. Eh? Okay. We have no brave one. We've all got hips. We've got hips. Here we go. You're lucky it's hips now. Woo! Okay. So you're all in. Make your choice. Make a choice. Do we have any heads? We only got hips. Oopie daisy. Oh, we got a head. Now I'm unsure. Is that a hip or a head? It's a head. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so we got a head. Right, here we go. I did that on purpose, man. It's a head. So how many heads do we have? Your hips, and the hips. So we've got 2 heads. You're going to go to the next round, so stand that side for me, please. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Just you run like a giraffe. Right, let's give them a nice round of applause. Well done for you. Came into this round. There we go. Congratulations. There we go. It's you two, come along. It's the final round. Let's see how it goes. Let's see. Make your choice. Heads or tail, heads or hips. Whoa, we got 2 hips. So now it's heads. So we're gonna have to go again. Make your choice, heads or hips. Still hips. There's a head. Right, here we go. And our winner is hips. Takes it today. Heads, don't go anywhere. Right, let's give her a nice round of applause. Well done, man. And here's our winner for the heads and hips. Fantastic, well done. Congratulations. Colleagues, give yourselves a nice round of applause. Well done. Colleagues, I'd now like to introduce you to our CES, our Chief Education Specialist. We were joking about this as well. Colleagues, if you're in education, you are now going to be a master of abbreviations there. Because a SIP can be the school improvement plan, but the SIP can be a subject improvement plan. A SIP can be a SIP as well. So now we've got a SES, a DCS, we've got a CES, otherwise known as SES, which is 6. So if you now don't know yet, you need to start learning the abbreviations. But colleagues, I'd like to introduce you to our Chief Education Specialist, Mr. Abraham Pick, who is the Chief Education Specialist for Curriculum Development in the GET phase at head office of the Western Cape Education Department, who guides and serves curriculum development in more than 1,300 primary schools in our province. Ibrahim was a keen mathematician. There we go, sir. So just wait. Mr. Pick, just wait. Meneer Lambrecht, just zoom in there. Make maths count. Sorry, just advertising, ma'am. Advertising for maths. Sorry. This is foundation phase, I get it. Free advertising, come on. So he was a keen mathematics teacher, a mathematics subject advisor. And I see it spelt with an O, sir, which is more, posh, they say. It's advisor with the E is not as lacquer as advisor with the O for our language colleagues here. And he was also a national examiner. Now, Mr. Pick's research interest is in education leadership and management. And he serves on various national committees. And he believes in educational excellence, opportunities for all, and transformation and reform in education. Colleagues, I'd like to call upon Mr. Abraham Pick to come and introduce our Chief Director. Mr. Pick, welcome him to stage, please, colleagues.
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues. It's a real privilege for me to do an introduction of our Chief Director. And before I read this short bio, I think, Mr. Benjamin, if I need to summarize, you are a visionary leader that came along into our office that changed, transformed, and modernized our chief directorate. Somebody that leads from the inside and somebody that we want to follow. Somebody that we want to honor as our chief director because we want to be like you, because you lead from inside out. So let me read the short bio. Mr. Benjamin is a teacher since 1998. In 1989 till 2003, he's an SMT member at Ocean View High School. From 2003 to 2008, assistant director for school-based management in Metro South Education District. From 2012 to 2013, a CES, curriculum support in Metro South. From 2014 to 2022, district director at Cape Winelands Education District Office in Worcester. Since 2022, we were honored to have Mr. Benjamin as our Chief Director at Head Office in the branch, Chief Director, Curriculum and Teacher Development. Mr. Benjamin is a South African coach in athletics. He holds a higher education diploma in education, a B.Ed honors, and a master's in education degree. Welcome to the podium, Mr. Juan Benjamin.
Colleagues, thank you so much, Ibrahim. I appreciate that. I will not be long because this is an event that is about you and not about me. And so there are three quotes that I'd like to leave with you this morning. And the first is by Piaget in his definition of what schooling is about. And I'd like to read it to you, and I'd ask you to pay careful attention to the words. And so he says, the principal goal of education in the schools should be about creating men and women who are capable of doing new things, not simply repeating what other generations have done. Men and women who are creative, inventive, and discoverers who can be critical and verify and not accept everything that they are offered. A young teacher was asked, who was teaching in foundation phase, to define why she took up the position as a foundation phase teacher. And she described her journey as such. Teaching is a magical thing. At this point, I thought you'd all erupt. But it was not lost on me that when Mr. Muhammad spoke about overburdened administration, you did erupt. I want to repeat what this young woman said. Teaching is a magical thing. I truly believe it is a calling and so much more than just a job. It makes you smile, laugh, and cheer. Yet I know sometimes it makes you frown or even cry. It is both exhilarating and exhausting. Yet I can't imagine it not being part of my life. I'm sure many teachers, I'm sure everyone in this room agree that it is simply in our blood to teach. I'm thrilled that a lot of that resonates with you because we are finding ourselves in a very difficult environment. We are judged by academic outcome and not by the impact we make on the lives of children. And I'm asking you to remember, as much as academic outcomes are important, it does not define the build of children. I need you to understand that you operate in an environment that is fragile. Working with young children from the age of, I'll say 5, just to include grade R this morning, to the age of 9, 10 is a privilege. It is a privilege afforded you because you have what Samuel Johnson describes about books and authors of books as follows, and I'll pull the metaphor through as I close. And so Samuel Johnson says, a writer only begins a book. A reader finishes it. So if I extend that metaphor to where you find yourselves in the foundation phase, the platforming area of our education system, then please understand that you have a responsibility more important than everybody above you. Because you have the responsibility towards young children to create a set of conditions through your planning, through your interaction with your peers, through your setup of your classroom and the resource and text-rich environment you're expected to create, and through the way you teach, to unlock the latent potential in every child. Not in some children, in every child. And that requires you, as you well know, to recognize the difference in every child. And that difference is not a condemnation. It is something to be celebrated. And so if we accept Samuel Johnson's view around the writers of books as merely beginning a book and that a reader finishes it, then understand as a foundation phase teacher, you have the responsibility to unlock an environment that allows our learners, our young children, to thrive. It is not your job to complete our children. I want to repeat that as I close out. You have a responsibility to create a set of conditions that allows every foundation phase learner to thrive, not to complete them. And I say complete them because often we find ourselves in a position where we're being asked to put together individual support plans for every learner. In Afrikaans noem hulle dit 'n IOP, 'n individuele ondersteuningsplan. And often in my experience, I found that that very process condemns children for life. It condemns them to a corner in a classroom waiting for them to be put into a special school. That's not the call to action required of foundation phase teachers. You are required, in closing, to unlock the potential of every child and not to complete them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. Colleagues, now I know you're excited, especially when we get to get stuff, né? But there are rules. If you know the answer, don't be that one we were talking about, where you in your own classes, so when you sit at break, you're just like, weet wat, gewoon daai laat, spring nie uit, praat elke keer as 'n beurtyd, né? Always. But then you do the same, because you're excited. Right? So, if you know the answer, you jump up and you shout your name, so that the whole of YouTube can see you, né? Okay, so, today is Tuesday. We all know that, yes? Well, I hope so. Today is Tuesday. What will the date be 143 days from today? Stand up and shout. She handed up before you, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to stand up. No, you forgot to stand up and shout your name. You forgot, okay, it's fine. It's okay, it's camera shy. Colleagues, you must stand up and shout your name. There we go, thank you. But hands don't work because sound draws me quicker. Ma'am? No, not the date, not the date. Give me the day. It's a Friday. Give her a nice round of applause. Ma'am, come up, come up, come up, come up. Don't worry, there's another prize coming. There's another prize coming. Just hold on. There we go. Give her a nice round of applause. Ma'am, you got it. There you go. Congratulations. Now, if you can tell me why it's a Friday, jump up and shout your name. It's a leap year. Well, when would the next leap year be? Next year. Is that correct? Okay. Why would it be a Friday? Can anybody tell me? Sir? $100%? Excellently done. Give him a nice round of applause. He said the following. He said, 1 week would be 7 days. So we'll have 20 weeks is 140 days, so it'll still be Tuesday, right? Therefore, you only had to count 3 days on, and you would find Friday. Come fetch yourself a prize. Give him a nice round of applause. Well done, sir. Well done. There we go. Awesome. Colleagues, I'd now like to please for you to let me welcome Ms. Dudley to stage, and she's going to do the introduction to our keynote speaker. Please put your hands together for Ms. Dudley. Thank you, ma'am.
Are you having a good time, guys? Really? I'm never inviting you to a party. Are you having a good time? I love it. I love that enthusiasm here. Come on, give me a wave. Stunning to those there on the YouTube channel. You're missing out, but stay with us, my babies. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. For me, it's such a great honor and privilege for women to support other women, not to ridicule each other, not to backbite. Have you ever heard the statement, Moya? Oh, a whole lot of women together, they're probably going to be one TCH. I didn't say the word, I did sounding, am I right, Rahma, to a certain degree. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what this is all about. This is about a woman who empowers other women. This is about a woman, as our keynote address today, ladies and gentlemen, who straightens the crown of other women. This is a woman who leads like a woman, who navigates obstacles, who gives other women confidence and empowers other women. I'd like to do the honor of reading this esteemed bio of our esteemed guest, Dr. Alice A. King. And let's celebrate the achievements of a phenomenal woman. Alice King is currently serving the U.S. mission to South Africa and is based at the U.S. Consulate General in Cape Town as an education advisor and outreach specialist. Prior to that, she also worked as an academic manager, and she's also been part of the Teaching, Learning and Management and Academic Development Coordinator for private higher education institutes in South Africa, both Rosebank and Damlin colleges, respectively. Now, what else? I can't say Alice. It doesn't sound right. I've got to say Dr. King. What else? So this is currently how she's involved. But what has led to this particular journey to impact? In the past, Dr. King has volunteered in Parliament on educational portfolio committees. And for those of you who are familiar with the Education Portfolio Committee, it's one of the highest committees in Parliament. And she's been part of those discussions, briefings, and giving advice. Dr. King has also participated in supervising students who worked on their research projects, while at the same time she was conducting research towards her very own doctorate in education, management, and leadership at the University of South Africa. She holds a PH in Education Management, and her topic for this, ladies and gentlemen, is the role of school governing bodies in enhancing effective management in South African schools. Now that's something to behold. For Alice's master's degree, Education Leadership, she gained this from the University of Virginia Commonwealth, and her research topic there, ladies and gentlemen, was the effect of teacher-student mentoring on student achievements. So working with students, working with researchers, and yet at the same time, a very powerful organization in our education sector, our parent and student bodies, those two. And I think that is something that one needs to focus on. And here today, we have an esteemed colleague who has done research with regards to this and the impact on this journey that we call education and their role. It is also Dr. King's belief that research should be a base and problem solver for every institution that strives for positive change and growth. In October through November 2013, Dr. King was fortunate to be one of the nominees by UNISA Graduate Research Department to join a team of interdisciplinary researchers who had to research on inequality, both socially, politically, and economically, that is still affecting our South African citizens. Dr. King is currently serving as the chairperson of the Council of the College of Cape Town. And last but not least, Dr. King has just completed her second doctoral degree, Doctor of Divinity, with Newberg Theological Seminary, Indiana, USA, and will be graduating in December 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, rise to your feet and welcome Dr. Alice King, a phenomenal woman making an impact in the education sector. Doctor, please join me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was wondering if it's still morning, the way a lot has happened in this hall. It's like we've been here forever. Activities. Thank you, WCED. I'm hoping I'm saying it right. Thank you for being great partners in so many different ways. Partnering with different stakeholders. I didn't know which portfolio would bring me here, whether talking about study in the US. I'm looking at teachers here. Ooh, I'm thinking about people who are building the same kind of caliber of students that we prepare to send to study abroad. This is not part of my speech, but I want to share it. That currently we do have 2,370 South African students studying in the United States. I'm talking about this year alone. And there are other students that are elsewhere. And we normally forget where they came from. Can you just pat yourself on your shoulder and say, they came from me, from these hands? I made it. I'm sending them. When they complete their qualifications and they are called certain names, they tend to forget the builders, those who are doing that, and they are called lawyers, medical practitioners, whatever. They forget that it all started with you. That deserves a good round of applause. Thank you so much. So this is taking me to the next question that we are talking about today, where we make a lasting impression by leaving a legacy, not vacancy. That is the main theme of the day. Leaving a lasting legacy is a positive impact your life has on other people. like the students or learners or professionals that you have built over years. The life that you have on your friends, colleagues, family members, or even strangers. Your legacy that you leave behind is a sum of the personal values, accomplishments, and actions that resonate with the people around you. It means as you wake up in the morning every day, you are saying, I am writing a book. How will the people around me read this kind of a book? Life is good to have, bread on the table. I can't lie about that. I need bread myself. But you do better than a bread. Because bread is, eaten up, and is finished. But when you write on people's hearts, that is the inheritance that people cannot deny when you are gone. So Steve Saint once mentioned something, I quote, your story, you are writing a story, is the greatest legacy that you will leave to your friends. It is the longest lasting legacy that you leave to your heirs. Abantu, in this kind of South Africa, you see children fighting because of the inheritance. Am I right or wrong? Others, they even take each other to court. But they cannot fight about the principles that we have instilled in them, the values, the attitudes, the behaviors. Because each and every day, there are three things that you are doing. You are bringing about knowledge, you are changing attitudes, you are working on the behavior. So your personal values, nurtured relationships, and the free time activities all form building blocks of your legacy. Amidst the day-to-day grind of building our careers and managing our highs and lows of everyday life, you may end up being distracted. You might seldom stop to contemplate the broad stroke that makes the persona people remember you by. So I need you to have, I saw a lot of reflection. Thank you, DDG. I didn't have that concept of womb to tomb. That's my takeaway. All right. We're good students, remember? You don't think that I'm bringing something, you give and take. Thank you for that. I've taken it for myself. Have you ever heard that the cemetery, the gravesite, is where all the big ideas are sitting? Because some people get up in the morning and they follow a narrow path. And they don't go and just expand and do what they've been called to do. Can I just say to all of you, you are called. Whether you believe it or not, you are called. And you are called for a bigger cause. The bigger cause that you can even imagine. It's up to you to believe in yourself first before you start believing in other people. Can you say to your neighbor, start believing in yourself? Thank you. Thank you. We all know that teaching is a calling. Here are some of the examples we can talk about in terms of a legacy. When you start thinking about what you give back to your community. Another legacy is so simple. Just treating other people with respect and empathy. Without going afar, just little things. In the staff room, because we spend most time at workplace, we make that environment a conducive environment. Because every joy, as you enter that institution, you drop all the stresses from home and say, now I'm here to make a difference. It is a space where iron will sharpen iron. That is taking away now from our department officials to be worried about doing team building in schools, to be worried about how they can make this teacher and this administrator to, we will never be the same. And the Creator made it to be like that, so that we give flavor to life. Don't try to be somebody else and don't force somebody else to be like you. So this is very, very important. If we all know that we are unique, nobody is going to be like me. You are different, but together we can come together and build a community. So your legacy will always make you unique. It doesn't just give you good family stories to tell. It fills you with a sense of unity and purpose. How many people get up in the morning and say, I have a purpose? If you didn't have it, think about it from today. As you are still, interacting during this conference, walk with your chest out, saying, I am here and I'm going to fulfill the purpose my Creator has called me to do. Find your purpose and stick to your purpose. There are few ways that living a good legacy can improve your own life before you want to improve lives of the children that you are working with and the other staff members you are working with. It's good to focus a lot on the better mental health. Oh, I just said that one. People with a strong sense of purpose enjoy improved well-being. When you have purpose, the stress that causes anxiety and anxiety that brings about depression can never be your portion. Because you have a purpose. So mental health is the thing of never there or the thing of the past, because now you have decided to have a good legacy that makes you happier at your workplace. And a living and purposeful life can make you more resilient to depression and anxiety. We don't normally mention mental health, but so many people are suffering. We always cry, wow, we didn't see that it was too strong. Yes, it was coming, but people, because of this and that is happening within the institutions, they never have time to reflect and see it coming. But if you have a sense of purpose, you are a winner. When you start having a purpose, you get to the next level of having a greater resilience. One study on college students found a sense of purpose makes people more resilient to challenges they face. If you are intrinsically motivated to create legacy of financial security to the next generation, or build a non-profit organization for an underdeserved community, roadblocks for anything will be easier to ride out. No matter how difficult the situation is, you've got your eye on the finishing line. Believe you me, yes you can. Can you just say, yes I can? Can you say one again once, yes I can? As you go back and face anything, starting from parents, from children, starting from bureaucracy of the whatever we're working with, countrywide and with government and anything, but you can break through because yes, you can. So a higher quality of life, people who perceive their lives as meaningful, as purposeful, tend to live longer. Back to purpose. Can you look at your life not just you are, by the way, you were fearfully and wonderfully made. You are not just an object. You are not just a professional. You matter. That's why things cannot go well if you are not there. You better take your rightful position and do what you are called to do. So, as you build your legacy encompasses your entire life journey. Inside school and outside school, you need to be a rounded person. So you better start evaluating your life. So take a moment to evaluate your life. Those who can journal, you can journal about what you want people to say about you when you are gone. If they don't say it when you are going on your last day, give your children or family, take my diary. If they don't say it, say, I said it myself to myself. Since they didn't tell me when I was alive, I was writing about what I do. If they don't appreciate, I am appreciating myself. So those people who are finding themselves confused and wobbling, it is never too late to put yourself to your desired path. Maybe you just want, I've been teaching language forever, which is important. I just saw the literacy, numeracy, DDG, I nearly thought it was litmus. Or like, are we talking about acids and bases here? What's going on? Then it was LIT for literacy and NUM for numeracy. Please, these acronyms can be confusing. So, you need to uncover your X factor, considering the legacies of people you admire, and determine the common thread. What makes me admire that person? It means there is a common thread. Find it and connect it. So whether it is an innovative service or fine-tuned soft skill, but discover that. And that is where you want to grow. Keep finding your purpose, because if you don't grasp your life, a calling, and without a purpose, life is like a ship with no sails. I will repeat this one. When you don't have a clear purpose, you are like a ship that doesn't have sails. It's just wandering about, it's not going anywhere. Please catch your purpose. Start now celebrating your community. Your legacy lives in the relationship you build with your family members first. It's not good to go to work and want to build relationships with everybody else and you don't do charity from home. When everybody else is gone, your family members are your support structure. Okay. All right. Let's not forget what matters. As people who are looking forward to grab this legacy and leave it with people who are remaining behind, be prepared to take calculated risks. Step out of your comfort zone. I saw one of the presentations that were trained on tablets and all that, but train yourself on other things. Short courses. You want to do something, maybe sewing or whatever you want to do, go to trust your gut and unleash your potential and adopt a growth mindset. Let me grow. What have I done in 2023? Let not the year not start and finish without anything new that you do. So take on ambitious projects and advocate to your disruptive ideas. And again, take smart risks. Even if you fail along the way, perseverance and new lessons learned will all become a part of your legacy. You learn something. Failure doesn't mean that is an end of it. Deny the saying, always say delay is not denial. So pursue a life of learning as you are teaching others to learn from you. So keep on sharing wisdom, I believe that WCED has got mentors and mentees and proteges. I believe so. Because if there's nothing like that, nobody can learn from the wisdom of others. So you spread your legacy by sharing your values, your know-how, and experiences with the world. You just become a mentor. Somebody I just want to work with somebody now. I'm about to retire. Don't go home with that wisdom. Don't go home with that knowledge without sharing it before you go and rest. One thing I want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, there is a brand like the WCED brand. There is a brand for each individual school, but you also need to have your own brand as an individual. So curate your personal brand that guides how others perceive you. Define how you love others to remember you, and align your decisions and communications with this professional persona. So dream big. Are there any dreamers in this house? Don't just say it, be the doer of that word. So it means after this conversation this morning, we are going to go sit down and enjoy. When you just sit down at home, ooh, what is my purpose? Am I aligned to my purpose? Yes, I'm a teacher, I'm a professional. Maybe even the young people that I'm working with can learn something from alignment with my purpose. So continue dreaming big and reflect on the biggest career dreams ever. So once you have long-term goals in mind, start breaking down those goals into smaller steps. Take baby steps so that you can achieve what you want to achieve. Whether it is a 5-year plan or 10-year plan, adjust and reorganize. Sometimes you take a plan, it doesn't come out to what you planned. All right, it's fine. Fine-tune it and keep going. And keep your sights on the finishing line always. And make strategic and well-informed decisions. I'm going to ask a few questions. I won't be too long. Those questions about legacy, what legacy means to you. It's always a good idea to check in with yourself. This is the first question I want to ask myself and yourself. Which values define a good person? I'm not saying a person, you know. What life lessons have most impacted you and how you live? Those are the kind of questions you're asking yourself. What positive family traditions do I strive to keep up? Are there any physical or financial possessions I've liked to bequest in my estate plans, like real estate, investment, or business? Somebody said, are we in business here? You are a rounded person. If there's one part of your life that is not well planned, it's going to affect the side that you want to pursue. So it's good that you are well positioned. Now the good one is, what positive changes would I like to see in the world? Can I contribute something to the world? What work or activities make me feel the most motivated and fulfilled? There are things that fulfill you. What is that? Why don't you start working on that and impact others? And then, what initiatives can I take to align my actions with the legacy I'd love to leave? We're talking today about leaving a legacy, not a vacancy. Just wanted to not forget the text. Leaving a legacy, not a vacancy. When I'm gone, I'm just gone. Nobody remembers if I ever existed. That's bad. So we need to work on that. So we are talking about legacies are a part of cycle of life, but we need to manage the impression. I am going to quickly go to the part of collective leadership. So we need to think about how we can do things better together without bringing the bad competition. So we're talking about meaningful, sustainable change that make people work together across the lines of difference or level of powers. Like I'm seeing here from the DDG all down to, I don't know which level of a teacher, same room. It's like a community that has an African child in mind. So that is what we're talking about, a collective leadership. There is a call for all of us to develop collective leadership, to ensure that the students or the learners or the children we are working with can fulfill their potential. We also have the call to build deep relationships with communities committed to making long-term progress for the learners that we are working with. There is a call for a diverse, promising leaders. Even if you are not a head of department, you are born a leader. That's why you are trusted with a classroom to lead. That's why the decisions, even the young people you are working with, they come to you and look at you as a leader. Never underestimate yourself, because you are a leader. There is a need for a new paradigm of leadership. That collective leadership requires a new set of skills and mindsets that have not been traditionally taught to us in the past, where we start understanding the dynamics and power and privileges in our system. When we start forging relationships across lines of difference and holding spaces for different diverse groups of people to come together and co-create, remember, co-create solutions. And that is just a start for all of us. We support leaders across our network to develop that collective leadership everywhere, because we want to create an active, transformative learning for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm coming to a very, very close, I'm going to say, research tells us that there is a mismatch between education and career readiness. I believe that the DDG talked about it and Chief Director talked about some of things like that. About, even though we think that we are dealing with foundation, we have the end in mind. That whatever I'm building from the foundation phase, the next person, whether they try to mess up what I've built, that child is going to carry that strong foundation until the end. You are the builders. High school teacher will take from you, but guess what? Who knows the foundation? They don't know the foundation. They don't know what you put on the foundation. Whether you put pieces of glasses and bricks and whatever. And for sure, you didn't put sand on your foundation, because there will be storms other times. And the storms will target those homes and houses that were built on sand. But thanks that I'm having people like you who know that that foundation should be solid and intact, that whoever is going to take this child next will know that you have built on a very, very solid foundation. That is you. You should be proud of yourself and pat one more time on your shoulder. You are doing a great job. You are doing a great job. Young people across the world are not able to identify or acquire skills needed for today's job market, or contributing to a global skills gap, which is exacerbating youth unemployment. Learners from disadvantaged backgrounds are less likely to have access to career development activities than learners who have access to more resources, magnifying gaps and inequities. So schools have a mandate to do more to prepare learners to solve major global challenges, such as climate change. We see what's going on. Said, it's not on my side. No, you are building this thing. And give people a critical thinker. You are preparing think tanks. Wherever they go coming from your hand, they will know that you have done your part. So we have got a growing social inequality and fragmentation. It's not getting any better. So this is the food for thought for all of us. All children, particularly those in low-income communities, deserve access to education support and opportunity that will equip them to not only navigate the world, but lead it. Our children, if I can share with you, the students that I work with to send them to study in the United States, when they arrive them, because of you, another round of applause. Because of what you are doing, fortunately, most of my students are coming from Cape Town. It means they are coming from you literally. I'm not trying to make you feel good about yourself. I'm saying something that they are literally, because 80% of students we send to the United States are coming from Western Cape. Let me give you something that when they do go there, coming. They have funding. Most of them have got full funding. Others, they're just having a generous funding. When they get there during the first semester, I'm making you proud. Why are you not excited? All right. First semester, they hit what is called Dean's List. It means they keep the perfect score for the entire semester. As if that is not enough, they accumulate more funding, meaning $6,000 extra, over and above the funding they got initially. Why? Because you, the builders, the engineers of education, you made it. Each time they are there, they always excel. After a first semester, somebody said, I'm on Dean's List. I got $6,000 more. I'm like, oh, congratulations. Second semester, I maintained my scores. And I'm on Dean's List again. And I accumulated another $6,000. Yeah. We all get excited because of you. In case you were looking down upon yourself, during this week in this conference, you have started building a legacy. You have started making a lasting impression. If somebody else or nobody else has never told you, I am telling you today. So in an attempt to combat lack of learner readiness, countries like the United States of America promulgated something called No Child Left Behind Act of 2001, with a US federal law aiming at improving public primary and secondary schools, thus looking at the student performance via the increased accountability for schools, school districts, and the states. So the No Child Left Behind is what we are doing now. We're not talking about pass one, pass all. We're talking about preparing these global competent citizens to be able to compete with others across the globe. So teachers who are here, even if you didn't get an award, this is a verbal award for you this morning. Department officials, for your good leadership that will continue to give to these teachers the excitement that is here. I saw somebody dancing, going like this to say, yeah, I've arrived, because they find the space conducive to do what they like most. So in the coming years, we envision a community of legacy builders who bring together educators, students, business leaders, key stakeholders to reorient education towards students' holistic development. We need to incorporate career readiness into the learning and curriculum so that we may foster our learners' growth and equip them with knowledge, skills, and mindsets to succeed in the world of work, while helping them to become more equitable and making everything become equitable and sustainable. I want to say with this word, thanks WCED for offering a range of programs that bring together leaders from across the networks, from many schools here, to develop their leadership. Now everybody here knows that I'm a leader. Nobody's confused. Even though you are led by somebody, but you are a leader yourself. So please go out there and accelerate that impact. I want to repeat this one because it's the last statement I'll say from this stage. Go out there and accelerate. It means take this thing to speed, the impact. Let it be deliberate. Let it be intentional. Let it be strategic and change the mindsets. By all those words, I'm saying all the best to everyone. Thank you so much.
Dr. King, Dr. King. Dr. King, we'd like to thank you so much for gracing us with your wisdom this morning. Very blessed, Dr. King. Thank you so much. Dr. King, I think, as you can see with the reception now, I know you didn't speak like a king this morning. You spoke like a queen who lives a blessed life, but who follows the King of all kings. So thank you so much for blessing us this morning with your wisdom. Be blessed. Thank you very much. This is a small token of our appreciation from WCED. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's put our hands together for Dr. King. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I know that there's quite a few more things to say, and I know you're excited about what's coming. I'm not referring to all the classes, I'm referring to tea. Currently, I'm being phoned on the phone that was lost, or not lost, so you can stop phoning. Mrs. Jabbar? I can see you phoning, don't worry. I'm not going to say where the phone was left, but you all know. I have a phone here, it's easy to know whose it is if you'll look just like your photo, which is on the home screen. Do we have the owner of the phone? I want to give it to you. Is it yours, ma'am? You're going the wrong way. So, like, I'm this way. Are you coming around? Okay, fine. There we go. Ma'am, don't worry. You're safe here with the foundation phase teachers. You've been stressing now about this phone. It's been ringing. There we go. Well done. Colleagues. Right. You see, in education, we like talking about teaching. But we forget that sometimes we don't know if learning has actually taken place. We've got all these structures in place, you know. Yes, we teach. Formal assessment task, you send us parents home with all the work. Oh no, sorry. But has learning actually taken place? Now I've got 4 spot prizes here. And the first, now really, you didn't get it the first time. I can't, peripheral view is 20, but I can't see there. You need to jump up and shout your name, right? So the first question is pretty simple. First question is pretty simple. I'm going to say it quickly. What sport did Mrs. Dudley excel at? White shirt? No, I'm incorrect. You were second. Volleyball's the correct one. Here we go. Put your hands together for her. Well done. Congratulations. Be awake, be awake. They're coming quick and fast. Well done, ma'am. Second question. Second question. You see now, don't just jump up before you, because I can see some of you now, each of your seats. Here we go. Right. Listen to which person I'm going to say. What sport, now that should already tell you, né? The what versus the which. What sport does Mr. Muhammad still coach? You don't shout out, you don't shout out. You were the first up before you. It is soccer. Well done. Put your hands together for him. Great stuff. Now, colleagues, this is being put out there on the tube. So hopefully I'll make it back to the district office now. But for those of you who don't know, FIFA, you know it's Rugby World Cup obviously now, eh? Cricket's starting soon. But FIFA came out and they have, I don't know if you know this, Mr. Mohammed, they've brought out a massive statement. Did you see last week the statement FIFA brought out? FIFA said that next year, 2024, men will also allow to be played soccer. So, but no, it's just a joke. It's just, please. It's okay. My kids love soccer as well. You know, the ball's pretty. It's like oval. You know. Oh wait, sorry, soccer's the round one. No, just colleagues, the next one. I can see you. But now I need to, Juffrou de Toy, help me. Just what you watch. You stand and quickly watch. They all need to see who you are in any case because you organized the whole thing. So, okay, Mr. Toy, you ready for it? You can watch from that side. Which sport don't shout until I haven't finished. And don't shout the answer because you're giving somebody the answer. Right. Which sport did this person coach up until national level, and the national level, and that person is Mr. Benjamin. So she was up before you. Athletics, well done, there we go. We're not done yet. You're going to watch that side because they're very jumpy here. And I'm unsure. There we go, well done, ma'am, congrats. So I'm unsure if they're just excited as well because, again, the last question, colleagues, before I give you a whole bunch of spiel with us having to go to tea. Now, Dr. King mentioned an interesting thing. There were many. But she mentioned a number. Now, obviously, being a numbers guy, you know, I'm going to only ask for an estimation. Okay? Only an estimate. For those of you who don't know, you will use rounding off to estimate. Okay. Okay, so all I'm looking for is an estimation of how many students are currently studying in USA. We've got the blue shirts here. Okay, wait, ma'am. Okay, wait. I'll go with Mr. Toy. Mr. Toy. 80% are from South Africa. What is the total? I need a bit closer than that, ma'am, but well done, well done. The next one was the blue, but Mr. Toy, pick anybody. No, there's closer. She says 2637, it's closer. So there's the one closer. Let me hear, Doctor. So actually we had one closer. And who was the 2,300, ma'am, in the... There we go, you're closer. Well done, sorry, ma'am. Congratulations, there we go. Put your hands together for, ma'am, there we go. Well done, congratulations. Colleagues, don't worry. There are lots of prizes. There are lots of prizes. We'll have to use our phones, and we can use Kahoot, and you can put it on there for me, and then we'll know exactly who pressed first. Now, right. So, colleagues, I've got a couple of I've just got a few announcements to make. So you need to please listen carefully before we go to tea. Tea on your program has also changed with regards to where it is going to happen. So please listen very carefully. We have over 30 ushers outside of this hall who will point you in the right direction. But first, take note of the following, please. Before we get to those breakaway rooms, tea and coffee. Now, and Mr. Toy, let me get to the changed one there quickly for our ECD building. Sorry, colleagues, I know all of you can see. Hey, look at that. So, the change of rooms, J5, when we get to our program, on your program J5, change to room 57 in the ECD block. So please take note of this, because when I explain to you where we're going from here, J5 changes to room 57 in the ECD block. If you're unsure where that block is, on your program, at the back of your program, you will see the entire site plan that you can see on Crawford campus. Then the next change, session 5 tomorrow on day 2. Tomorrow, day 2, J5 becomes J6. So please take note of that. We will remind you tomorrow again, I'm pretty sure. Then, colleagues, before I get to all the places and venues where we are now going to enjoy our tea, the following cars, those 2 cars, give them a round of applause. They did move it. Well done. There we go. Well done. Put up your hand. Who was? No, okay. So, but here we have a problem. Currently, we have students that are waiting to get out. Since you would have heard hooting this morning, it was them. Yes, they like quick. Everything must happen quick. But here, it's also our fault. So, colleagues, the following cars you need to please, when we break for tea now, you need to move your cars immediately. CAA 342498, it's a Land Rover. CFM 18769, it's a Picanto. CAA 337854 is a Polo. CF5 6675P, it's an i10, that's a Hyundai for those of you who don't know. DTJ 425 EC is a Yaris. CF 315355, it's a Kia Seltos. CM 28112, Gansbaai school bus. Where's our Gansbaaiers? Lekker julle. Welcome there. Bring us some higher some. No? CA 482668 I10. CFM 63712 Kia Sonet. If you don't know if you have an I10, there's 2 I10s, go in any case. No? CA 72836 Corolla. CA 40035 is a Figo, that's a Ford. CA 999411 is a Polo. This is easy. Zilke, Wiepie, you're a fortunate. All right, CAA 497803 is an I10 as well. CA 410479 is a Ford EcoSport. Glad it's not burnt yet. I mean, C36101 is a VW Polo. CA 107159 is an I10. CAA 423475, it's an X1 BMW. CA 653627 Yaris, it's a car, literally, CAR, car. 21281 is a Duster. CW, Worcester, 20037 is a Polo. CA 696714 is a Tucson. So Hyundai, whoa, is a GG. GCX, colleagues, 146G. It's a GG, Polo. CY 119199 Polo. CY 85633 Polo. CA 783446 Nissan Juke. CF 133811 Kia Sportage. CF 81880 is a Taz. CA 438098 Kia Rio. CY 310112 is a Taz. Then there's a KM27VJ KP, it's a GP Corolla. Last 4, CY 115235 Venue, it's a Hyundai. Another GG, GFD 250G. CY 331212 is an I10 and another GG 993. Colleagues, please have a listen to the following. Lunch packs with regards to tea time, snacks are going to be served as follows. You have inside of your tag, you have your tea time card in there. You will not receive food if you do not have your ticket. Don't tear one ticket off and then lose the rest. There's catered for the exact amounts, but you don't know where you're going yet. So, please, the presenters, as well as everybody that is part of the exhibitions, you will receive your tea and coffee in the foyer of the main hall. VIPs, as you were this morning, you are going to join us in the boardroom in the ECD building for lunch and tea. Colleagues, if you don't yet know where the bathrooms are, they're out the front and to the sides throughout all the building. I'm pretty sure you know how that little sign looks, where to go. The breakaways, colleagues, will be 50 minutes. Each session is 50 minutes with a 10-minute break to go to the next venue. Each one of our allocated venues has got 30 tokens inside of them. So when you are entering, you will receive a token. The moderators are there to count those tokens so that we know that we will cut off at 30. If you get to one of these venues and you cannot enter, then just go and into one of the other venues. If you go to all the venues and they're all full, the overflow will move to this hall where we also have a session. But you are going to want to get to one of those venues and get into one of those rooms. Choose it appropriately. You have the schedule with you, and they will be repeated tomorrow as well. The lunch and tea tickets, as I've mentioned, are at the back of your lanyards. And then, colleagues, the very important one, which you'll all be asking about, travel claims. Listen carefully. You would have received travel claims prior to today. But travel claims for our rural teachers, you need to hand that in now during tea time in the foyer of the main hall. Please go back and check whether no mistakes have been made, because we know when it gets to head office they are pedantic, which they should be with regards to our odometers, the kilometers you've traveled, and you don't want to be audited by head office. They come check your odometer, you say you've got 500,000 Ks and you actually got 2, right? So colleagues, please, Mr. Toy, did I miss anybody that has to go to a certain venue? Colleagues, we'd like to thank you for being patient this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time and interest to be here for yourselves. You are now welcome to move to our various venues. All of us sitting inside here, your tea and coffee is outside the foyer of the main hall. All the delegates, you can go VIPs to the ECD building. Exhibitionists and presenters, you are in the foyer of our main hall. Delegates outside the foyer, presenters, exhibitionists in the foyer of the main hall. Thank you very much, colleagues. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Okay, ladies, good morning. This is a session which is, it's number sense versus sense of number. So you are in the right place. And please come nearer, then we are dearer. So can we just move this side also, ladies? Because of some practical stuff, then wanneer jy opstaan and then you can't see. So just move a little bit nearer. Thank you. So, so we would like to welcome Dr. Hannah Barnes. Hannah. And Hannah is from Hoedspruit, Limpopo, because this is not on my brief. So let me tell you something about Dr. Hannah. She's passionate about teaching, like we all are, and teaching mathematics. And she is a pragmatic person. And then I thought, look what is pragmatic. I know what is pragmatic. But you know, it's a person that is structured, that does things in a certain way, but also leaning onto social constructivism, and that is where people help each other. And so Hannah is an academicist also, and she understands the reasoning and principles and masters notation and terminology. Then it is finds shortcuts and memorizes lots of facts and methods. The way I see Hannah and the workshops that I've attended, Hannah is very practical and, you know, sensible. Plain and simple. I love to develop various content and learning, facilitating workshops, rather than a traditional type of lecture approach. That is Hannah. My career trajectory, groot woorde, began as a teacher of mathematics and parlez-vous français? Oui. French. So you can see something very, you know, the French people are the lovable people and the most healthiest people. Yes, Hannah, I'm here now in charge, eh? Now, during this time, she's also been an author on a panel of mathematics textbooks, classroom, and written lots of books. And then also she has experience in intermediate and in foundation phase. So this is Hannah. Hannah, she wants to start. So let us give Hannah. I don't want to take 1 second from her time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm saying I want to start because I don't like lecture style, but I have to do lecture style now because I only have like 45 minutes. So I'm lecturing and interacting quickly in 45 minutes. So I talk very fast. Stop me if I'm going too fast, okay? Okay, you know the title. I hope this works. Do I need to point it somewhere? Okay.
Can we move the slides?
Okay. Is it out of range? Can I stand a bit more that way? Okay, let me just walk. Okay, if you can move it so long, thanks. So it's a bit difficult with me not being able to control it myself, but I'm sure you'll forgive me for that. So I want to talk a little bit today. We hear about number sense, number sense, number sense. And I think there's become sort of a idea of what number sense is. And it's kids who can work with numbers. But I'm challenging that today, and that's why I'm calling it a sense of number. Thank you. So what do you see? Can click. What do you see? Do you see a lion? You see the word lion, or you see the letters L-I-O-N, okay? But you don't see a lion. If you didn't know what a lion looked like, or you couldn't read, you wouldn't know. Next one, please. What do you see now? Is that the number 7? No, it's not. It's a symbol, okay? It's not the number 7. I know I'm treading on some toes now, but that's not the number 7. Thank you. What do you see now? A picture of a lion. But if you've never seen a real lion, you would still probably recognize one if you had seen the picture. Okay. What do you see now? What do you see? I heard 7 dots. Okay. Or what else? 7 dots? Is that all you see? 3 dots and 4 dots? What else? Green circles? Are you seeing, sorry, if we can go back. Are you seeing what I'm saying? That picture of the 7 circles, that is also not the number 7. That is a visual picture of the quantity of 7. But the symbol makes little sense without the picture. Okay, we can carry on. And the same there. What do you see? You see dice. What else? Black dots. 5 and 2. You see how long we took out to come at the 5 and 2? But again, picture of 7. Is it the same picture of 7? No. Let's go. What do you see now? Zebras and apples. What else? 1, 1, 3, 2. 5 and 2. 3, 3, 1. Okay, so those were all representations of the quantity of 7 without the symbol. Okay, so what is a number? A number is actually a concept that happens in our minds. A number is a concept that happens in our minds. If you tell a child, go and show me 7, and they point to the symbol of 7, that does not mean that they have a sense of 7. Even if you say to me, show me 7, and they go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've only gotten to 7 as a count. They have not gotten to 7 as a mental concept in their minds. Are we together on that? Okay. So that's what 7, that's what a mental object is. We can go on. It's the written syntax that is used to communicate numbers is what a symbol is. And the written syntax that is used to communicate reading or words is letters. When do we start teaching the children the letters? Grade R? When do you often see children learning the symbols? Already in the creches, hey? Do you see the toys? They all have the number. But when are the symbols, the symbol, when are the symbols actually only needed? They are only needed when we start to communicate in writing. Do you hear what I'm saying? So why are we introducing them? We hold them back in the reading. We hold the letters back till they have to learn to read. Why are we forcing the symbols, which are also only a form of communication, so early? And the problem is it's not allowing the development of the visual of the quantity. So that's the basis that I'm coming from today. And my talk today is actually one part of 2 parts, which I'll complete in the reasoning session today at 3 o'clock or tomorrow. So let's go on. 7 is just a symbol. Letters are the written syntax to make words, like L-I-O-N makes lion. Symbols are the written syntax to make numbers, to make values. If you don't understand that the 1 is not a 1, what is that 1? It's a 10. Then actually, and we see many kids splitting the 1 and the 10, the 12 as 1 and 2. But can you see in the picture of 12, that is the number concept that we need kids to develop in order to get a sense of number, rather than just number sense as in numerals. Thank you. So how does a young child learn what a lion is? I'm curious. Pictures. Would that child looking at those pictures know that a lion has one tail? No, they get shown different pictures. Some have got 4 legs, all lions have 4 legs. But if you don't get a picture of the legs, you won't know that. And it's the same with the quantities. Go, thank you. Learning what a lion is learning to read the word lion are 2 different processes. Do you agree with me? You learn what it is when you're young. Later, you learn how to read it. But somehow in maths, we've not made that distinction. We're teaching the symbol at the same time as trying to teach the picture of the quantity. And this is what I'm pushing for today. Let's go. So, seeing the picture is like a runway. What lands on the runway? The aeroplane. The aeroplane is that symbol can come in. Thank you. So that creates a landing place for the word lion to land on. And the same with the symbols. The next one, the same goes for numbers. You've got a landing strip, which is the picture of 8, and then on that can land, thank you, the symbol of 8. Okay, let's go on. So what are these that we've been working with? They number names. They're not the number. They're the number name. And what else? Press, please. Number symbols, which we actually call numerals. Okay, what else are they? Press, please. They are also digits. Okay, again. So there's the digits, and again. And now look what happens. I did magic. They were digits, but now what are they? They are values, hey. That 7 is a digit, but it's representing 700. So this is the thing I'm trying to get from, that being able to write 710 is not number sense. Even being able to perhaps complete a sum of 710 plus 21 is not number sense if you're just following a method. The number sense is in the composition of a number as another number. The 7, the 1, and the 0 form, they are all in their own right numbers. Do you understand what I'm saying? But as a combination, they form another number. And so a sense of number is understanding how numbers combine. Let's go on. I want you just to have a look at this video quickly. You can play? Thanks. This is a grade 5 learner. There doesn't have to be sound. You can see what he's doing. Is this number sense? Is this worrying you? But do we see this a lot? We see this all the time. He's counting every single dot again and again and again, even though there's only one more dot. So there's been no sense of a pattern. There's no sense of spotting. There's no spatial reasoning happening. For me, we are calling that number sense because he can count. And that's where we're making the mistake. That is not a sense of number. And that's what I'm talking about today. Let's go on. So unfortunately, number sense is often equated to being able to count and work with symbols. But it's not necessarily the case. Have a look at that. That is a grade 4 learner that has done 7 plus 8. Can you see what they've done? They've learned 7 as a count, and they've learned 8 as a count, and they're having to count all to get to the answer. And you see the same has happened, 30 plus 500 plus 7. They've added 3 stripes. They're working with each one as a digit. And of course, you know the whole rule of recomposing. Take the first digit from each, because we teach that as a rule. And that is not teaching into the sense of number. Let's go on. So I think that we start teaching numbers in grade R and 1 by immediately introducing the symbol. with all respect to the DBE, the very first page is the 0 or the 1. It's the symbol and then follows the pictures. And this really worries me because the symbol becomes the precursor to do maths. But it's not. You have to have the picture in your head for the symbol to land on. And this is why I've actually got I have a consultancy called Bushmaths. And we made these cards. I'm going to give some of them out. Some of you have got them that work with pictures. But I've changed the name now. I'm registered now as Young Game Changers because we want to go for a wider audience. But also because the minute I say I'm in maths and people take the cards, they're like, but where are the symbols? You can't do maths if you don't have symbols. But that's not where it begins. And we are the ones building the foundation. We heard all of that this morning. We need to develop the pictures so that the symbols can land. And we can have robust kids who see many pictures. And so that's why, we have to break that thing of maths is just about symbols. So, sorry, I was still on the last one. The other mistake I think we are making, or I'm suggesting, is that we are introducing children to numbers as counts instead of compositions. And now you're like, but what? We've always done it this way. We have, but let's think about how we can do it differently. Now we can go to the next one. So I think we need to try and make sure that grade R's and grade 1s have visual pictures of different ways that the same quantity can look before we even come with the symbol. And the other thing is that we introduce kids to quantities as descriptions and composites and not as counts. What does that look like? That's what we're going to talk about. Thank you. What do you see? Yeah, there's a picture of a lion. What else? 2 cards on 1 apple each. So let's say I don't want to teach a child to count. Maths counts, but we don't have to have the children counting. So let's say I only teach them 1 apple. That's all you've been taught. You're a little grade, you're 3 years old when we start this. You're 3 years old and you know 1 apple. Now tell me what you see. No, you haven't learned 2 yet. You've only learned 1. 1 and 1. Excellent. The 3-year-old has just done addition that they're only going to learn at 6 years old. But we haven't called it addition. We haven't said you must put a plus. We haven't made it complicated. It's a complete natural composition of 2. What is the name of what you see? The collective name. What is it? It's 2. But if you describe what you see 1 and 1. Are you with me? So this is a way of introducing kids not as counting 1, 2, 3, because if I hear 3, I know it comes after 2, but it doesn't mean I have a picture of how much it is. Okay, so let's go on. So 1 and 1 is the description. So I'm much more propagating now to teachers that we talk about what do you see? And then we talk about what do we call it, okay? Because right here, you see me, you see Hannah. But if you were calling me on the program, it would be Dr. Hannah Barnes. That's different, that's my name. But this is what you see. And it's the same with the cards. Let's go on to the next screen. There you can see the collective of 2. So that one we can call it 2, but we still see 1 and 1. Let's go on. Go on. What do you see? 1 and 1 again, but is it still apples? No, because if I only showed you apples, you'd think all 1s are apples. So it's 1 and 1 what? Sticks. And it's important we talk about this. 1 stick and 1 stick. What do we call the 1 and 1 together? We call it 2. I'm talking about a 3-year-old child, okay? Now I've taught them 2. Now they're going to start to recognize 2s. Let's go on. I'm going to teach them 3. What do you see? 1 and 2. Because I've learned 1 and 2, haven't I? What else could you call that? How else could you describe it? 1 and 1 and 1. And that would be fine. Okay. So the child is now at 3 years old learned that 1 and 1 and 1 can also be called 3. It can also be called 1 and 2. It can also be called 2 and 1. Do you see how much more flexible this is? They haven't only learned 1, 2, 3. They've learned a whole composition of 3. Now we take them up to 10, and then we start teaching them bonds of 10. We teach them 10, and then we start teaching part, part, whole. We are teaching part, part, whole intrinsically the whole time. It's part of the way we are teaching it. It's not a tool. It is part of the methodology. Let's go on. Now this one is a bit different. Do you see? The last one you had 1 and then 2. What do you notice here? 2 and 1. Has the name changed? Has what it looks like changed? Well, it has actually, because the arrangement, the structure is different. And this is what kids need to learn about maths. The structure can be different, and the value can still be the same. And that's the difference between learning a number as a composite versus a count. A count is a count. It's the name, that's it. Okay, let's go on. So let's stop at 3 for a while. The child is 3 years old, we stop at 3. So I've got some packs of cards I'm going to give away as well, and that's what we use with the kids. We say to them now, for example, go on please. Find all the apple cards to match those. I don't say what the names are. Do you say what I'm saying? So what will they find for the 1 dot? 1 apple, 2 apples, 3 apples. Okay, now they are learning it's a different object, it's arranged differently, but what's the same? The quantity or the name is the same, and we all know that's called conservation. All right, so they're learning so many skills without us actually teaching it. We're not saying this is called conservation. A 2 looks like this. They learn it by matching. Okay, let's go on. Oh, by the way, you can also start even the geometrical spacing over here. There's your 1 line, your 2 lines, your 3 lines. You know what I mean? You're starting to get the idea of a triangle. Okay, just a lot of things we can do with the quantities. And you can also ask them, find all the cards that have 2. Let's go. And so these are our cards. And so what is 95 plus 8?
103.
I heard it over there. There's a pack of cards. So we're busy rebranding the cards, and we've now split it into 3 games. It goes up to 5 for 3 and 4-year-olds. So we only take them up to 5. And then it goes up to 10 for grade R and grade 1, and then it goes up to 12 for grade 2 and 3, so that you start forming the 10 bases. Okay, so those are all. I want to talk a little bit about spatial reasoning. Do you notice the way the zebras are laid out? How is it laid out? They do, they go down, hey, in a pattern. So it's 3 and 2. So now the child sees that if they've learned in this way. They see it as 5, but what else do they see it as? A 3 and a 2, or a 2 and a 3. And when we're asking them, what do you see? We're also asking them not just the quantity. There are other ways of seeing that. There are zebras. There are black and white stripes. There are green dots. What do you notice about the 2 and the 2? It's been doubled. It's been repeated. These are conversations I can have with a 4-year-old without explaining what the meaning of doubled means, just by describing what we see. Let's go on. What do you see? I need someone. What do you see? Red apples. What else do you see? 7 and 2. Sorry, what else do you see? Sorry? 3 and 3 and 1. 3, 3, 3. What else? Double and add 1. And what about the other 2? See, so some of you are only focusing on the part, am I right? But you have to also talk about the whole. There are 2 parts. There's the 3, 3, 1, but then there's also the 2. We still have to describe all that we see. Nobody told me you see a whole lot of stems or a whole lot of leaves. Am I right? Or just 2 cards. You see, there are much more things we can be looking for. And I think when we focused on symbols and number as a count, that's all we look for. We don't open the mind of the child to look for more. Let's go. So, these are all various ways of describing what you see. And tell me if you think any of them would be wrong. Are there any wrong? Are there any that are more accurate descriptions than others? What do you think is the most accurate description? 9 apples is the count. But I think the most accurate one is actually 3 rows of 3 apples, or 3 columns of 3 apples. Do you see how I've started now using the word rows and columns? I'm working with arrays in grade 1 already without calling it arrays. So when I get to multiplicative reasoning, it's built in. I'm not trying to teach multiplicative reasoning of symbols. I will extend what's already been put in place. And I've taught no counting yet to these children. Let's go on. Now, what is that? It's actually Zulu, by the way. It's Zulu or Ndebele. But that is the name for 9. Let's go. Thank you. Now you'll see it in all 11 languages. This is not 11 different ways to describe 9. It's the only way to describe the name of 9 in 11 different languages. Do you see how much richer the last slide was? If I know the name of 9, the only way I can just talk about it in other ways is if I go learn the other 11 languages. Do you see how I've grouped them? The bottom is Sesotho and Setswana. Up there is Senyane, is Sepedi and Setsonga. Toba and Tahe is Venda and isiXhosa. And then in the top up there is the more difficult ones, Ndebele, Zulu, and Siswati. Siswati doesn't really have anybody patterning it. Okay, but that's the only way you can do 9 in different ways. But when we ask the children, what do you see? And we give them a picture, do you see how they can describe it? Let's go on. So have a look there and tell me what you see. Let me do it like this. What do you see? 5 white blocks. That's interesting. She focused on the empty spaces first. 5 blue dots. What else? 5 blue and 5 white and 5 brown. 3 and 2. See, we are very trained to focus on the collective instead of focusing on the partial because we've been taught numbers as counts. If we train children to start noticing 2 and 3, that's the first thing they're going to notice. So I want them actually describing it as 2, 2, 1, or 2 and 3. And then what do we call that? We call it 5. I hope you can see the difference. The one I'm asking, what do you see? You also see 5. But the what do you see means you can describe it in many different ways. What you call it as a whole collection is only 5. Okay. Yes? Absolutely. And if you come to the reasoning session, I talk exactly about that. Because later when you're talking about 18, and you want to add 18 and 17, what do you need to be able to do? You need to be able to break up the 18 into 10 and 8. So it's that whole composition. But let's go on. Oh, by the way, these are toys for trash. We take boxes from schools, they bring us their trash, and they get a kit back, and they can make an educational resource from it. So it's called Toys for Trash. Everybody can make one of these. Okay, let's go on. So the description of what do you see is 5, or 2 and 2 and 1, or 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, but the name is 5. Let's go on. So, what do you see? 2 and 2 is the description. The name is 4. Let's go. It's a bit difficult when I can't control. What do you see there? 3 and 1. I've used 2 different cards. There's a 3 card and there's a 1 card. Or I'm using a 2 and a 2. So this we are doing with grade up to 4 years old. We'll go up to 5. Let's go. Okay. Now, when we get to 5, the number 5, it's the first marker. So in grade 1 and art, we teach up to 5, the name. And after that, before we talk about 6, what do you think we talk about? We have already spoken about 3 and 2, but I want a more systematic one that can take me all the way to 10. 5 and 1, 5 and 2, 5 and 5 and 5 and. What is the name of 5 and 5? I've just taught the bonds of 10 to a grade R child without teaching them addition or bonds. Do you see? Because they've learnt 6 as 5 and 1, 5 and 2, and they can see it, 5 and 1, 5 and 2. I then tell them it's called 6, but they don't only know it as 6, they also know it as 5 and 1, which saves me a whole lot of time when I have to start teaching addition. Let's go on. So you can see 5 and 2 is the description, but the name is 7. And if we can let children get this feeling, I think it'll be a much more natural working of numbers in the manipulation, because that's what maths is all about. It's all about being able to manipulate. But if you can't break down a number with meaning, the manipulation becomes a method. And I'll talk about that today later. Okay, let's go on. So in those of you that are using the science of reading, you've been using this synthetic phonetics, you've been talking about chunking, you've been talking about blending. This is almost like chunking and blending. 5 and 2, but together it's 7. I read cat walk, but it forms the word catwalk. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to use terminology, and that's what I want to do with Young Game Changers. We're trying to draw together what are you doing in literacy and what are you doing in numeracy so that it forms a holistic picture for the teacher. Why? I know there are two different disciplines, and I don't mean to undermine that. I'm not a linguist. But we can still be talking about a similar language that makes it accessible to you to understand what I'm doing in literacy, I'm implementing in a different discipline, but in a similar way. Okay, so this is similar to chunking and blending. Okay, so let's go on. There you can see 5 and 4, which is called 9. And again, on the 9 card, it won't look like the two cards I've held next to each other, but that's the whole one-to-one correspondence that the kids need to learn. What we also then do is we put the card here, and the child packs it out on the 10 frame. So we're not using the 10 frame to teach addition. We're using the 10 frame to teach the quantities, to create that number concept. Let's go on. And then we get to another picture, for example. What can you see there? You can see 5 and 2, but you can also see 2, 3, 2. 2 and 3. And I'd encourage you to let them put the word and in between. Like in Sepedi, we'll talk about pedi le taru le pedi. 2 and 3 and 2. You know what I mean? So that they get that word and that we can later replace with a plus. Because then they will understand collection. So the breakdown is 2 and 3 and 2, or 5 and 2, or 4 and 3. Are you starting to see it? Can you see all the parts? And what is the whole collection called? 7. If I want to replace all of those with one card, the one quantity card I must look for is 7. Okay. Are we together? Is it landing with you? Or are you like, it's okay? Okay, let's go on. So by now, a child has learned to see composites. Let's go. You can just keep. So a child should be able to see all of those. 1 and 1 and 3 and 2. Are you starting to see it? Seeing the partial sums, we call them, hey? 2 and 5, 5 and 2, 3 and 4, 2 and 2 and 1, 6 and 1, 1 and 3 and 3, 1 and 6. We should have this in grade R. A child should be able to see this in grade R, not in grade 4 or 5. Let's go on. Yeah, we then come to the next marker, which is 10. But the child is now very comfortable. They're used to going 5 and 1, 5 and 2, 5 and 3. So they just start to go 10 and 1, 10 and 2. Can you see our number patterns starting to unravel? This is the decoding of your reading science. We have to teach them to decode our number system, and this is how it works. They don't see the patterns. We have to teach them the pattern of 5 and 1, 5 and 2, 5 and 3, 5 and 4, 5 and 5. But if we then went 5 and 5 and 1, we'd all be very tired. So we go 10 and 1, 10 and 2. Okay, and there you can see the collections are now starting, the grouping. What do you see on the left there? You see 5 and 5, or 10, but you also see 2 groups of 5. You see the multiplication starting to come in? 2 groups of 5. Or, no, you're only seeing 2 groups of 2. You're not seeing 5 groups of 2. And this is what's happening, kids, as well. The answer is still 10, but you are not seeing 5 groups of 2. You are only seeing 2 groups of 5. And in the next one, what do you see? 10 and 1. What else? 5 and 5. Again, remember to put the and. 5 and 5 and 1. What do you notice about those sticks? What do they look like? They look like tallies. Have I taught tallies? When I get to tallies, the kid's going to recognize it. They're going to know there were 4 sticks and 1 stick. That made 5. So the other thing that you see is 2 groups of 5 and 1. Or 2 groups of 4 vertical, for us, not for kids, and then 1 vertical on its own and 2 horizontals. You know what I mean? There's many ways of describing it. Okay. Have a look at the next one when I get to the dots. What do you notice there? It's grouped differently. How's it grouped now? You can have cards for that. There's a group of 10. And the other 2 cards, how was I grouping it? 5. I was talking about 2 groups of 5, and I was still talking about 110. Now the child is starting to learn. 2 groups of 5 is 110. But 5 groups of 2 is also 110. Do you see the commutative coming in? Grade R, grade 1, grade 1 and 2, I've not taught the commutative. They will start to intrinsically understand. So now we talk about 1 group of 10 and 2 single or 2 units. It's very important. This is called unitizing. Learners must not keep counting 10. Once it's 10, we start to talk about 1 group of 10. Not 1, 2, you saw that little boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 10 must be recognized as its own ionate, its own unit now. And then the 2 ones. And the same, sorry, go back to my apples. How much time do I have left? I'm talking too fast. What time do I have to stop? Oh, thank you. She's holding up a sign, like, look at me, look at me. So, do you notice the box of apples? What can we talk about there? It is 10 and 2, but there's another way I can talk about it. 2 rows of 5 apples and 2 single apples, but another way. Yeah, also 5 columns in a way. 2, another way. What are the apples in? A box. So we can talk about 1 box and 2 extra apples or 2 singles. Right there we've gone into place value. Because it's 110, you know your little 10 blockies? It's 110 and 2 units. This is a very difficult transition kids make because they're used to seeing 10 units. You're not talking about 10 units anymore. You're now talking about 110. Because it used to be 10, now it's 1. And they have to make that transition. And do you see that they can see it? And so when I talk about 1 box and 2 single apples, it helps them in that transition of 110 and 2 singles. Are we together? Okay. So now what is this? Please hold this a moment. What do you see? Repeated addition, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 columns of 5. So this is 2 columns of 5 or 5 rows of 2. Wonderful array stuff coming. How many of your kids battle with arrays? Be honest. A lot, hey? We haven't taught arrays. We can use this in grade R. By the time we get to officially calling it an array, they're going to have no problem. Because for 3 or 2 years, they've been talking about rows and columns and seeing them. Okay. What else do you see? 1 group of 10. Because I know when all of the dots in a 10 frame are full, it's called 110. But I also see 10 single dots. So there's many different ways to describe this. And that's where I think the beauty lies in avoiding the emphasis on counting. When we teach numbers as counts, the kids get stuck on the number as a count. So they end up counting to add or counting to subtract. Whereas here, they're already composing in creating the number. They're not counting to create the number. And that's what I'm talking about this afternoon as well. So I'm going to allow a question now. It is a pattern within the number. That is what composing a number is. It's composing the next number from previous numbers. Okay, so we'll just finishing off. If you learnt a number as a count, what do you have to do here? You have to count. If you've learnt a number as grouping or chunking or compositions, hit it please. Can you see the 5 and the 5 and the 3? And you create structure out of that. So that's the difference, that we want to train the kids' eyes to compose groups, not count 1-1, because we are in a counting epidemic. COVID was its own epidemic, but counting is a pandemic in our country. Kids get stuck counting. So I'm not saying we shouldn't count. Counting is a cultural norm. It's not a mathematical tool, actually. It's a verification, but it should not be the foundation of what we do. So I know I'm speaking a big alternative option today, but I do think composition is going to get us much further than counting. Thank you for your time. We are done. So you see how I needed time?
Yes. Thank you. You can see Hannah in action this afternoon, 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. Sorry, no questions. Thank you. Ladies, you must move to your next session. If you want to stay here, you can stay. It's now language. Thank you.
1, 2. Okay, sorry. Can I put this on?
Yes. Aisha, can you fetch me one of those chairs, please?
There we go. Let's put that back. Yes, please. That's perfect.
Like that.
Just slightly away from it.
Okay.
Hide that
Okay.
somewhere.
Oh. Okay. Thank you, Aisha. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our second breakaway session from phonics to reading. We're just giving some people another 2 minutes, but I would just like to, as you can see, it's a live lesson observation, and there's 2 actions that you need to know because they know it. So do all of you know the action fantastic? Can you show me? Fantastic. Okay, and also can you give all our learners a marshmallow clap? They just clapped for you. Okay, they're not. Can you give them a marshmallow clap? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to start because we've got quite a few things to do. So I need to introduce our speaker today, our presenter, and I see everyone was on their phone, so I thought, just do the same. You know, trying to be all. Okay. Here's some more people coming. I'm wondering, is it possible for you guys that are on the far end, could you just come over to this side because they are more on the side? Okay, but you can see also on the screens, they can see. Thank you so much. Okay, so welcome to our plenary session from phonics to reading, a live lesson observation. It is my honor to introduce our speaker today, and she is Kerry Connor. She is a departmental head at Square Hill Primary. She's been teaching grade 1 for 6 years, and she's also a lead teacher for Metro South District. All the Metro South District people here say whoop whoop. Thank you, thank you. Some of you might also remember her from the videos that was on the e-portal in 2020. She was the young lady that joined me in doing the videos. Okay? Kerry noted that since the introduction of Jolly Phonics, she's become a more confident and a consistent as a teacher. And it is remarkable to see your learners develop into fluent readers and writers throughout the year, not just assessment time. A special welcome to our special guest and our co-presenters, the learners from Square Hill Primary. I was just thinking this morning, guys, you know, someday one of you are going to present in front of an audience like that. Isn't that amazing? Okay, Aisha, can you come to me? So while I was getting to talk to them, I asked a few of them while the teacher went to the toilet, what are you going to become one day? And Aisha had quite a list. She has some options. So Aisha, what are you going to do? Tell us your options of what are you going to become when you grow up.
I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to be a builder. I'm going to be a painter. And I'm going to be a trash picker to clean up the road and to make the city clean.
Oh, fantastic. And I asked any of them, and Aisha, you're not thinking of becoming a teacher one day? Why, Aisha?
Because the children won't listen.
Yes, that's so true. But who of you would like to become teachers one day? Who of you told me that you want to become a teacher? Fatima? Yes, there we've got to. We've got lots of work to do, teachers. Okay, well done. Let's just give them another marshmallow clap. There we go. Over to you, Kerry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you don't mind that my back is to this side. I just want to be able to interact with them as well. Oh, okay. Thank you. We've finished, in our class, we've finished all the Jolly Phonics sounds in the 7 groups. So we didn't really have one to teach today that was unseen. So we're going to do the alternative A sound. They haven't done any alternatives yet. So just bear with us. Okay, guys, so the first thing we're going to do, which is in every beginning of every phonics lesson, is we revise some sounds. Typically, we wouldn't be sitting like this. I'm sure you can understand. Okay, so grade 1s, I'm going to show you the sound, and you have to show me the action and say what the sound is. Can you see from here, Tyler? Look at me, don't look at the screen. Okay, look this way. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you sure? 1. Action 2, please. Good. Nice. Well done, guys. Good. And the last one. A. Now, do you remember we had a story about little Ainsley? Do you remember the story about little Ainsley? What was wrong with him? He had a really sore ear because there was too much wax in his ear. So I'm going to tell you the story again, but I've changed a few things. Okay, and I want you to listen out for which sound? Say it. The A sound, okay. So Ainsley has been having trouble with his hearing. And whenever his mom calls to him to come in from his play outside, he says, "Eh? Eh?" His mom says he must say pardon or excuse me instead of A. So they went to the doctor to check on his hearing. In the waiting room, Ainsley could play with a tray of clay and a train shaped like a snail. The doctor checked in his ears and found that there was so much wax in his ears. So the doctors put a spray of eardrops into his ear. His mom went to the desk to pay. No more A for Ainsley. Did you hear which sound did you hear the most? The A sound. Now I have to show you. The original A sound, we write like this, with which 2 sounds? A and a E. Is this a, yeah. So that's our original A sound. And then we have an alternative way, a different way to write the A sound. We write it in a different way. And that's how we write play, say, day. Does anybody know? Can anybody take a guess how we could write it? A and a w, close, but not really. A and a y. So how do we know, oh no, our cookies are drying up. How do we know the difference? How will I know when to write the A with the E and when to write the A with the Y? I'm going to show you, okay? It's a very easy thing to remember. This A sound has an E. It's two vowels, and this E is very shy. So there always has to be a consonant. So this A sound, like t, r, a, n, it's got a consonant at the end. It's in the middle of a word. But did anybody hear a different A word in the story where the A sound comes at the end of the word? Thea? Train, we've got train. Play, we've got play. A, play. And where does the A sound come in that word? Is it at the beginning, the middle, or the end? It's at the end. Can anybody think of any other A sounds that we heard in the story? A words, sorry. Must I read the story again? Pain, you said pain. Now, is the A sound in the middle or the end? In the middle. So where am I going to put it? Original A or alternative A? For pain, good, because it's in the middle. Oh, my cookies aren't doing so well here now. Anybody think of another one? Day. We said day. Where will that one go, Blessing? Original or alternative? Alternative. Why? Where's the A sound? Is it at the middle or is it at the end? It's at the end. So what about, we had clay. He was playing with a tray of clay. Where will we put tray? Cruz. Alternative A. And how will I write that? A T? And then? Tray. A. Alternative A. Good job, guys. Do you want to try? Yes, Fatima? Clay. Where are we going to put clay? Alternative A. Why? Because the A sound is at the end. Okay. So now do you want to have a turn to write the new sound that we learned today, the A sound? Erase that. So let's write just the A sound. You're going to write the A sound 5 times for me. Put this one down here. And here's the A, the new A sound. And I put the original one at the bottom for you guys to see. 5 times. The alternative A. Remember, the alternative A is a and a Y. The alternative A is a and a Y. We're not writing the original A. A and a Y. Blessing. CJ, Brett, just check that you've written the alternative A sound. Check that you've written the alternative A sound. A and a Y. Check your partner next to you if they've written the correct thing. We need 5 alternative A's, a and a Y. Okay, so all these words I'm going to give to you now, they have alternative A's. That means the A sound is at the end of the word. Are you ready to write some words? Okay. The first word is say. What did you say? Should we act it out? S. Alternative A. Say. I don't know if there's a way to show what they're writing. Okay, guys, show your boards to the camera. Which camera? Show it there, to that camera or to the... Okay, so they've written The A sounds on top. It's obviously the first time that they've done it, so some of them wrote their, and then some of them will need some support with where to position the year. But that's what we'll go through as we're doing this dictation section of our lesson. I just realized, I'm so sorry, I forgot to do the blending and the sounding, but we'll do that afterwards. It's very real. Okay, next word is, I want you to take away the s, erase only the s, and I want you to replace it with a p. P. Take this away and replace it with a p. And what word do you have? Pay. Check that your p is facing the right way. And once you've written pay, you can show it to the camera to show everybody. Pay, like, how did you pay for your chips? Pay. Okay. What's the matter? Do you need a Cokie? Okay, our next word, I want you to write clay. K, L, alternative A. Give me your old one. Okay. The little boy Ainsley, he played with clay at the doctor's office. K, L, alternative A. When you're done, you can show the camera your board. Show the camera, guys, at the corner here. Can I see? Well done. I think they deserve a clap for writing these words. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to take the k away and we're going to replace it with a p. P. Take the k away and replace it with a p. And what word do you have? Play. Well done. Okay, should we try write? Let's not write a sentence first. Let's first do the sounding. Okay, we'll first do the sounding and the blending we forgot about. Put your boards down. Okay, so I'll stand this side. Okay, so I'm going to act out a word and you guys have to tell me what the word is, okay? You have to watch very carefully. Okay, watch again. Stay, good. Who can give me a sentence with the word stay in it? I stay at home. Good one. Okay, next one. Are you ready? Say, like, what did you say? Last one, let's do bump. Well done, guys. Give yourselves a clap. That was excellent. Okay, should we see if we can write a sentence? Okay. The first sentence is, the food is on the tray. Remember, when we start a sentence, start, yes, with a capital, and start on the left-hand side of your board so that you don't run out of space. So remember, we're going to start with the capital letter, and we start on the left-hand side. The food is on the tray. Blessing, start this side. Start over here. And if you run out of space, go to the next line. Go underneath. The food, remember to check. The food is on the tray. Okay, you can show them your sentence. Show it to the board here, Brett. Show it to the camera. The food is on the tray. Tray. The food, look here. The food. Well done. Okay, next sentence. Cruz, did you write it? Okay, next sentence. If you don't have space, clean your board. The food is on the tray. Do you have a full stop? Well done. Okay, the next sentence. The next sentence is a question. So what will you do differently about this one? Where will you put the question mark? At the end. Okay, are you ready? Can Sam play with us? Can Sam play with us? If you run out of space, go to the next line. Can Sam play with us? Read your sentence to yourself so you can see if you've got it correct. So typically in the classroom, I would be writing the words after they've written it so that they can check it themselves. But it's a little bit difficult here now. You got, can Sam play? You still need to have with and us. Write it under here. With and us. Let's see. Play with us. Good. Can Sam play? Where's your E for with? With needs an E in it. Can Sam play with us? Well done. So you need can. So right here, can. And then Sam. Can Sam play with us? Okay, so that's pretty much us. So it's a bit quicker. Is there anybody who'd like to give them a sentence to write? No? Shame. Okay. Nobody wants to give them a sentence to write? But just make sure it's writable, phonetic. Okay? Thorn in my throat. Do you think you guys can do that? Okay, remember that's not a sentence. We don't need a capital letter. We don't need a full stop. Should we think about it together? How would we write thorn? Or in my and throat. Okay, let's see if you can do it. It's a challenge they gave you. Thorn in my throat. Not torn. The clown one. Okay. If you're done, you can show them your thorn in my throat. You can show it, lady. Let's see. Well done. My. Go show down there. Thorn in my throat. You don't need a full stop. Thorn on my throat. Thorn in my throat. Well done, you guys. This is very good. Thorn in my throat. Why is there such a big space there? Okay, anybody else have something they would like them to? Or if anybody has any questions? Oh, okay. Guys, clear your boards. You might not have enough space.
Can I play in the rain.
Can I play in the rain? Cool, that's a good one.
That's a very good
We've
one.
got the
Well done.
alternative A and we've got the original A.
Well done.
Can I play in the rain? Start with can, go slowly. Can I? You're going to need a capital K, yes. And it's a question. Can I play in the rain? Play. You don't need that one. It's just going to be a capital E. I. Play. P. L. Alternative A. You do it. Let's see, Shana. Can I play in the rain? There we go. Where's the little girl? She's gone. Well done. Show it to the camera there, then everybody can see. Can I play in the rain? Who needs help? Well done. Does anybody have any questions? No. Does anybody have any questions for them? No. Okay.
This thing. Consistent. Routines. They know their language structure. When do we use a question mark? All the time, and she's supporting them all the time. If you get it wrong, just check again. What else stood out for you? Is there anything else?
There must be a year there, and this is the original.
Someone wants to? Discipline. And believe me, I've been to her class, and this is how they sit in their groups. And they discuss, and they engage. That's just obviously because you guys are here. Yes, sweetheart? Fantastic. She's just, with Data saying she likes the fact that she's walking around, checking all the time, and then she supports them with that. Anyone else? Fantastic. Always being clear, specific, and not like I can talk a lot, so I might just drag out what I want, but just clear, specific. What is the outcome? What is the intention? They need to know the alternative A. Obviously, if we take it further, it will be the A magic E would also eventually come with it. But thank you so much for that sentence, because they needed to use both the A, the base sound A, as well as the alternative A in their sentence. Also, Kerry's always doing actions for the ones who need it. Obviously, they might be at a further, but maybe the weaker learners might still need the action. So she's always referring and showing them the action when they have to write out words or anything. Anything else?
Somebody at the back has a question.
Oh, yes.
So this group of children here, they're not the top group. Some of them are, but I tried to take one from each group so that we could see, like, if somebody was struggling, you'd be able to see how to help them. So as a whole class, we moved through all the sounds with the scope and sequence, but then in the smaller groups, that's when we go back to where they were, because they might know a sound in group 5 or 6, they might know 2 of those sounds, but they're still struggling with J or something in a lower group. So we just I don't know if it's correct, but that's how I do it in my class. I just continue, and then in the smaller groups, that's when I focus on the ones who are struggling. And then so we typically do this whole thing as a whole class, and then when they go into the groups, I'll go deeper for each group, whatever they need. So.
And also your activity.
Yes, and the weaker groups have the actual sounds to work with and to manipulate. But phonics groups are your reading groups. You must remember now, reading is phonics. Phonics is reading and writing and everything. So in group guided reading, we don't read readers. We'll read sentence strips or words, or the top ones are reading readers, but the bottom ones are still reading words and phrases. And on like little reading cards, or can make a book. So what we typically do after we've learned a new sound, they will make a book. So all the words that we've discussed will be on the board, and then they have to read the word, write it down, and illustrate it, and the top ones will write a sentence. So there are loads of ways that they are reading in there. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Anyone else?
There's a lady at the back. So in our formal assessment, in the phonics section, right at the beginning of the phonics section, is all the sounds that we've done up until the time of the assessment. So now for this term, it was all the sounds. And then alongside it is a rubric that quite clearly explains to get, I think it's out of 6, to get 6 out of 6 in the rubric, they have to be able to say all their sounds without doing the actions and without any assistance from the teacher. And then there's one, marks I think it is, where they know all their sounds, but they needed the support. So it's not the teacher telling what the sound is, but if the teacher needed to guide a little bit, then they get a little, then it goes down like that. So we do make like way for them, yeah.
Yeah, however, can I just add, very good question. Formal assessment is mastery of the sounds for the term. So they suppose you either know it or you don't, like with EGRA. But informal setting like this, and when you're doing your Friday test on phonics, you could still give them the action because it's informal and you're helping them to still get. Also, your word walls will also have some of the sounds with the pictures, and that is also a guide for them. So, but formal, they're supposed to master it. They should know it or they don't. Okay, and your rubric should make allowances for that. Anyone else?
There's a lady on that side.
Yes, ma'am.
I just watch, to be honest. I just look, like. So the activities that they're doing are evidence enough in their book, but I've never, you know your children. You know exactly who's where and who can do what and who, where you need to be. That's most of the reason why I walked to the other side most of the time. There were 2 children specifically that I was watching for. So I think, I'm sure you could keep a lap book, but once you start recording things like this, that becomes formal, and then it takes away from, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm probably saying the wrong thing, but that's what I do. Then it takes away from the actual lesson and you interacting with them. So afterwards, if you want to make a note or whatever, I always have a book on my table if I make a note of something, but otherwise I just watch.
Yeah, I think we do have informal and formal, and we do record, but it's your ways of recording. Remember we heard this morning, it's just in you, so she knows the learners. I've seen the children that is struggling with a group of sounds, they get separate activities than the ones that's on the level that they should be. She does make notes. It's just not formalized like some of us. Some of us need that, and she knows the learners because she's doing it all the time. So she knows exactly where they are. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
They've never asked me. Verna, have you ever asked me? Yeah. I suppose you could use your
But-
formal assessment.
Yes, and also, just to add to that, ma'am, every term it's assessment. So to wait till the end of the year to say, show me your lab book, it is not required. It is expected of you to keep track of your learners. I think tracking your learners is a more appropriate word. And then also, whatever you put on that code for every term is what we look at the end of the year. So it's not us saying, oh, why did you put this code here, but it doesn't reflect in your lab book. It's just a form of so that you know where your learners are at and that your assessment is a true reflection of what you've put on there. I hope that helps. Yes, my darling. Okay. Yeah. The same. I hear you. Thank you for that. I'm not going to engage with that. I do want to say, however, the goal is the same. And I think in this profession, and I've always as a teacher and as an HOD and as an advisor, you are the queen in your class, not the boss. You are the queen and you should know your learners. And for me, formal assessment, I'm always asked it, how fair is this? How valid is this assessment of this learner? And therefore, hence, keeping things in place. And yes, we do need evidence of intervention and not just to, but you are the queen in your class. Make it work for you to give feedback to your learners and also to get them to progress, no matter what levels they are. Okay? Anyone else? Sweetheart? Okay, for you that works. For someone else, it might be something else. I was very much I had a separate book for intervention because my learners were that weak and I needed to push them. So if the term, I'm just going to use example, term 1, they needed to know 19 sounds with Jolly Phonics, but a group of my learners only knew 5 of the 19. And so what do I do in the new term? I take those 19 sounds and I break it up and I give them each one 2 sounds per day to go and practice, and I give them visual activities and all. By the end of the week of the 19, they might know 5 more. But I'm still going on with the whole class with the next terms. Do you know what I mean? We have to catch our learners. We have to give them what they need. I can't be assessing my weakest learners on 4 groups of sounds and they're still in group 2, which is 12 sounds. I need to fill those gaps. And it's throughout the year, and not wait till the end of the year. Oh, now the department wants to pass this child, but this child can't read. What have you done for the whole year? And we only go on stats, marks. Okay, yes, ma'am, at the back. Yeah, you're answering your own questions, and you guys are doing this, and there's no right or wrong way. Okay, I think that's the important thing, and Kerry can be...
Can I say one
yes,
thing about
you may.
that? I think what also, I use them a lot, like more than maybe most. So like, if we're in a reading group and somebody is struggling or somebody's mastering it a bit faster than anybody else, I'll tell them, guys, remind me that this person needs to go to this group next time we come to the carpet. Or remind me that this one needs to go, and they don't forget, they use it. Or I'll say, you must remember, you on group 6, or you got this out of whatever in your, and they remember it. So use your children to your advantage. The formal assessment though is if you have a grid with just sounds and they have to just do it like EGRA but with the Jolly Phonics sounds, if you have that in your formal assessment, then you come along with evidence, because then you've got 3 or 4 terms worth of proof that they only knew 30% of sounds or 60, yeah, whatever it is.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions? Okay, we as, I want to say human beings, but as teachers, we can be very hard on ourselves and we compare ourselves. Oh, that teacher's class is there already. My children are only here. At the end of the day, where are your learners and where are they supposed to be? Are you keeping track of the target? Target every term. How many of your learners has met the targets for the term and not wait till the end of the year, okay? And even for the week or in a 2-week cycle, you assess them informally with giving them support because it's informal, okay? Are we done? Are you ready for lunch? Not yet, what's the time? Oh, it's 10:02. Okay, then I just need to do formalities. Thank you so much. Grade 1s. Gosh, they're in grade 1. We are so proud of you. And, okay, Kerry, I just need to do a word of thanks because Kerry won't be with us tomorrow. So, could you come down here? Thea? What's her name again? Third one? Anika. Just come stand with teacher. Oh, it's my alarm going off. Thank you. Okay, you're going to give this to teacher. Now, this is just something, as teachers, we are the best observers, right? So, what's your name again? Anika is concert too long. She gets, and so I just without her even knowing, just got to rope her in. And she's going to thank her teacher for presenting to us today. So you can give the gift to teacher. Thank you so much, Ms. Connor, for the time and the effort that you've done. And this was no window dressing, I promise you.
No, you can see I forgot half.
And she forgot the whole format. She was so nervous. But thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for sending. I think someone said it this morning. You are not expected to complete them. You're getting them to thrive. And they were very reserved. We were worried that they're going to be speaking too much because they're so engaged with everything that they talk about. Okay, they're engaging now. Thank you so much, Kerry. So proud of you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. You can make your way to the stations for your lunch. Thank you. I think it's going to be the same way. Please don't lose your tickets, okay?
Ja. Okay. I just leave it on.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to session 3. I trust you've all had a good lunch and you are raring to go. So I am Michelle Peterson from Metro Central Education District, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon. She is Dr. Linda Bosman. Dr. Bosman is an academic from the Department of Education, Curriculum Studies at Stellenbosch University. Her specialization revolves around early childhood STEAM education and approaches that cultivate child scientist identities and multiliteracies. Drawing from her experience involving children as scientists in inquiry projects, her work confirms that children's strong voice as scientists and potential to construct STEAM-related competencies. She remains committed to sharing children's voices with the education community as a way to ensure that educational decisions are child-informed. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Linda Bosman.
Thank you. Oops. And now my voice is silent. Is it working? Okay. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to this session, and I am so glad to see all of you here. And I hope you feel refreshed. And thank you for inviting me into your space. It is so inspiring to see this conference and your passion and your commitment to education in action, because I think it is school holidays, but you are here. So thank you so much for that. As you now know, I am from the Stellenbosch University. I am a teacher trainer, so working with students in the B.Ed Foundation Phase program, and I'm actually training them to be you in a few years' time. So, and as curriculum implementers, I realized that you actually hold the power in your hands to shape the South Africa we want one day, and hopefully also with the scientists and the engineers and the people who can think and do innovative things. And then also thank you to Elizabeth Fredericks for inviting me here today to talk about my specialization, but also the thing that is so very close to my heart, and that is about child scientists, and also to keep my promise to the children in the project that I'm going to share with you today, And I promised them that I will share their voices with all the audiences that I come across. So today it is you. Oops, am I? Okay. So I have to navigate so many different things today. So I think when Elizabeth asked me to do this presentation, maybe she had some activities or hands-on stuff in mind, but I decided that sometimes it is necessary for us to hear from the research and to hear from the voices of the people that were involved in research projects. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my project where I investigated the implementability of inquiry-based STEAM education in South Africa in the foundation phase context, where I involved children, 70 children in grades 1, 2, and 3, but also student teachers who were part of my project. So I'm going to reflect those two perspectives with you, from the child scientists' own voices, but also from the pre-service teachers. I'm not going to share anything of the methodologies I followed and so forth, but I will tell you a little bit about the program and then focus on the implications for us as teacher trainers. Now, to contextualize the study, I will address some background aspects. Who and what is the child scientist? What is and why is STEAM education for young children? What is inquiry-based learning? And then what is the situation in South Africa? Then I will tell you about the project and then also reflect its findings and implications. Now, about the child scientist, the two books that the pictures there, it's about the scientist in the crib. Now, most often we don't think about young children and babies specifically as scientists. But that is actually how these researchers, Gopnik, Meltzoff, and Kuhl, they explain them as scientists in the crib already. They are born as scientists. And just like real scientists, they approach this world with an enthusiastic wonder. And they say that scientists and children are the best learners in the universe. And then they go on to say, but it's not like children are little scientists. It's more like scientists are big children. And they employ those similar cognitive strategies that are first seen in young babies. They are born sensory ready. They are born eager to explore and make sense of the world around them. So they are born with all those scientific skills and tools to look for explanation, make predictions, do experiments, draw conclusions, and to become scientifically literate. So there's many people, not only Gopnik, Meltzoff, and Kuhl, but that describe young children as natural or ever-exploring little scientists. We often hear that. Hey? People say they are natural scientists. Dushel and colleagues, they said, but they are unexpectedly capable, because when they started doing projects with young children, they saw that they are unexpectedly capable. We didn't expect it of them. And they have these beautiful abstract abilities, because that's also something that we say comes later. Eshach says children have well-developed cognitive machinery. So it's already up here, the cognitive machinery, so that they can engage in very complex inquiry activities. Kirsch and Amoruso, and I'm going to read all those words, they say young children are adventurous explorers, curious investigators, astute observers, inference-making machines, imaginative arguers, relentless knowledge seekers, creative interpreters, meticulous note-keepers. So it is important for us to listen to those words and to trust the science of early childhood and to trust the science that confirms young children's scientific potential. We trust all kinds of sciences, the science of reading, all the other sciences, but we also need to trust the science that tells us that children are competent and capable scientists. Now, you all know the words STEAM, right? What does STEAM stand for? Yes, it's science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, you know that. But there's another one that says STEMI. So that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, invention, and entrepreneurship. Now these two acronyms, STEAM and STEMI, is worldwide there is a huge emphasis on this. And many, many countries are now starting to renovate their curricula to make STEAM a prominent part of what's happening in their classrooms and in their curricula. Now, that picture is a little bit not so visible. But STEAM, we know the acronym, we know that it stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. But when we say STEAM, it means that we integrate one or more of those disciplines captured in the acronym into a learning opportunity for children. So we draw from maybe science and technology and mathematics, or anything else, the arts and mathematics and engineering, to give children the opportunity to engage in very complex, unusual, integrated, and I think I said on that screen, almost impossible or badly formulated problems. Not problems like, Peter has 10 apples, I steal 1, Mary eats 2, and then John brings back the one I stole, so how many apples are left behind? That is not a problem. We come up with horribly formulated, complicated, unusual problems, and we ask children to solve it and to draw from mathematics, science, technology, engineering, and come up with crazy solutions, because that is what we want to do. That is what the type of thinking that we need in South Africa. I mustn't deviate too much, but in one of our students, a fourth-year student, I had to come and observe a lesson in grade 2, and I said, I'm not going to listen to one of those boring types of lessons. It will be inquiry, you will give them problems to solve, and it must be wonderful. So when I got to the grade 2 classroom, she really had horrible problems. I couldn't understand what they meant. Like, she gave them, she divided them in groups, 4 or 5 different groups. And the one group got a picture of an overweight person and an overweight dog. And she said, design a robot to improve their health. The other one was about, there are so many things up in space. So design some kind of a way to make sure that these things do not crash into one another. So 5 of these problems, and I thought, no, this is crazy. This is way too complicated. But I sat there and my mouth just went wider open and wider open. Because the first thing the children asked, what is the assessment? So she said, no assessment. You can just, delve in. So when she said no assessment, they were just like, everything was left, al die sorge was agtergelaat. And they came up with the most incredible solutions about how robots will do this. And like little Einsteins, natural scientists were allowed to come up with crazy ideas. Now, inquiry-based is also something that is, oh yes, and STEAM, I forgot to say that. We usually say STEAM should be taught through inquiry. Now, inquiry is another one of those things that is difficult to explain. So, if you hear the word IPSI, that is just the short thing for inquiry-based, so don't get confused. But that means the diverse ways in which scientists study the natural world and propose explanations based on evidence from their work. Now, in short, it means that we allow children to be scientists. to behave like, to think like, to do like, to act like, to feel like scientists in the context of their classroom. So we give them a problem and we ask them to use their natural and inherent scientific nature and qualities to come up with solutions. And that is pretty much based on those social constructivist principles that says that children should be at the center. They need to be active. They need to come up with the solutions. And they learn not only from others, from the teacher, but also from that supportive environment where you have those beautiful resources, not bought stuff, boxes, bottles, whatever you have available for those inquiries. But it also relies on a respect for children's participatory rights that says that children are competent scientists and they have the right to participate actively in their own learning. Now, inquiry means that we need to have a specific perspective of children. We cannot think of them as people who need us as the knowledge authority to give them all the information. We cannot be there to fill them with everything all the time. We need to give them authority to also come up with ideas, to use what is in their minds and to come up with the solutions. We need to acknowledge them as experts in their own lives and in their experiences. No matter what activity we give them to do, they have some prior knowledge. That is the basis for where our inquiries and our activities should start. They are meaning makers. They can make meaning from those experiences, especially when it's hands-on and minds-on. They're also skillful communicators that can tell us in 100 different ways their ideas, what is in their mind. So through drawing, communication, making posters, filling science journals or whatever. So we need to have that perspective of children. So Malaguzzi's rich child, the one that is competent, curious, creative, that is the one that should fill our minds. But we must also have a picture of them as the future Elon Musks, or something similar. But as the disruptors, people who will not remain in those little boxes that we put them in, but who will go wild, go big, come up with the solutions for our world. Now, the researchers say that early STEAM matters, and we need to start as early as possible. And there are so many benefits for children when they engage in STEAM inquiries, especially when it's through inquiry. The total human little bodies and beings develop. Now, I'm not going to focus on what holistic development means, but all aspects of their beings develop when they engage in inquiry. An important thing is that they identify as STEAM-like people. So if you tell them, you are thinking like an engineer, you are doing what a scientist does, you are drawing conclusions, you are creative like an artist, and so forth. They identify and they learn all the essential basic knowledge, the skills, the competencies, and the mindsets that will help them to identify or to gain a STEAM identity. If they work in this way, they get to love these subjects. I mean, how many children later on in their lives hate science, hate technology, hate mathematics, because their experiences was not constructive. The beautiful thing with STEAM engagement is that they construct all kinds of, like they say, globally useful skills, hard and soft skills, but like creative thinking, collaborative reasoning, innovative problem solving, communication, logical and social knowledge, all kinds of skills that we need people to have to take us and this world forward. The one that I think is almost most valuable, especially in the South African context, is that it cultivates their broad-based scientific literacy. Now, literacy is a crisis in South Africa. And if we can use STEAM as a vehicle to cultivate broad-based scientific literacy, it means that they can draw from STEAM, from science, technology, engineering, music, creative arts, visual arts, whatever, to understand the world, the complexity of the world better, and come up with innovative solutions. It will help them cope and thrive in a very complex world and enable them to live sustainably. And that is one of the reasons why there's consensus worldwide that we need to invest in STEAM education when children are young, when they are still susceptible, when the grounds are fertile for STEAM investment. And obviously inquiry is then promoted as a vehicle for STEAM. And that has consequences for us. I was very fortunate to could contribute to a new, there's on the right-hand side, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Education in the early years, it is achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and I have a chapter on that, but I work together with a team of people who were in their respective countries all trying to promote STEAM education, because we know that is the way to go. So what is the situation in South Africa? That is our curriculum, where we have those 4 subjects. And if you're looking for STEAM, you need to search hard, because it's not so very visible. You can see that something is happening there in the life skills pot. But STEAM is not really very visible in our context. And we know that where STEAM should start happening in early childhood when children are very young, pre-primary education in South Africa is not compulsory yet. Now, although the NCF is beautiful, there's lots of science and thinking in new ways about children, it's not compulsory yet. Maybe grade R is now compulsory, so we hope STEAM will happen there. But most often, grade 1, 2, and 3 will be children's first introduction with STEAM. If not there, then it's too late. It is the final phase of early childhood where STEAM should happen. Now, many South Africans have done research with foundation-phase teachers in their context. And their results are a bit concerning, because usually we as foundation-phase people don't like science so much. I was one of them. I hated science. I couldn't take science in high school. It wasn't one of my strong points. And then when you have to go and study, you don't go into the BSc areas because you hate science. You can't do it. So then you go into early childhood or foundation-phase teaching. The researchers found that teachers in our South African context said that, well, there isn't science in the curriculum, so it's not visible, so why should we teach it? And integration is impossible. It's difficult to do. And STEAM relies on integration. So there's a lot of challenges to implementing STEAM in the South African context. I think with the latest Pearls results, the challenges are just more and deeper now, because we know children struggle with reading. And I think all the attention will go back to the basics. And that is also a problem, because the researchers found that in developing countries and where children struggle, they are, the back to basics approach takes them away from STEAM experiences where they actually need it the most. And I'm hearing about coding and robotics, and I think that will also eat the time away from STEAM. So I'm really concerned about that. Now about the project, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. When I was still in Pretoria at the University of Pretoria, we had a beautiful project with the French from Lama Alapat. We had 10 schools, teachers from 10 schools, and the French came all the way from France. They trained us into their the Lama Alapat way of doing inquiry. And we trained teachers on a Saturday. They implemented it in their classrooms. We observed them and we looked and reflected with the children and with them. So that was a 3-year project, but it was in the intermediate phase. And I am from the foundation phase. Intermediate phase is not my speciality. I have too many things to manage. So this is where I came across the Lama Alapat approach. That is one way of doing inquiry. There are many, many different ways. But this is the one that I learned, that I taught, and that I felt comfortable with. So my rationale for my study is because I know STEAM is a worldwide priority. What happens in the South African context? We do our interventions later, sometimes only in grade 12. But what happens in the foundation phase? The in-service teachers responded well to the intervention or the project. So what will happen in the foundation phase? I could see that children and teachers responded well. And I wanted to see if it can happen within my context. Sorry, Okay, so the purpose was then to investigate the implementability and to doing research with children and with the pre-service teachers that were my teachers at that time. That was in the PGCE program while it was still offered. So it was only a few students, so I could work nice and hard with them. So they helped me as researchers. I trained them, we implemented this project in foundation phase classrooms when they were doing their teaching practicum, and then we reflected on the project. But I also used the children, not used them, I did research with the children and did a lot of reflecting and working with them so that I could hear their voices. So the training involved practical training because we cannot learn about inquiry. We need to learn inquiry by doing inquiry. That is one of the things about inquiry. I can tell you a lot about inquiry, but you will not understand what it is unless you have experienced it firsthand. So although we had lots of lectures and stuff, we also did practical training, and I only used the training that the French used on me to train my students because I know that worked perfectly. The students then got the opportunity to implement inquiry in practice. During term 2, they were in grade R practice for 10 weeks, and during term 3, they were in grade 1 to 3 classrooms for another 10 weeks. And in each of these opportunities for practical learning, they had to do 4 to 5 inquiry activities, first with grade R and then with grade 1, 2, and 3. So they had some opportunities to experience inquiry, doing that. Setting up a classroom, because inquiry cannot happen in any kind of classroom. You need to move your desks around and organize your space and make sure that children can work in teams and as groups. So there you can also just see that students had opportunity to implement this in practice. Now they are young, they are still training, they are not teachers yet, and I only had them for 1 year in a PGCE, so that is not a lot of time. It's not about the activities, but so I'm not going to tell you what activities they did. So they all had to come up with their own activities, but some of them used the activities that we used in the training. So because they felt more comfortable with it. Now, this kind of inquiry follows a few phases. Children first engage with a problem, so it must be a well-formulated problem. Then children must think on their own to activate the prior knowledge. Then get together in their teams, share all the ideas, see what idea will work for them, decide on that idea, then do the investigation, and while they are busy with the investigation, draw conclusions based on the evidence, and then communicate in a variety of formats. And all along the way, from writing down the problem, writing down my idea, they have to write everything down. That adds the minds on to the hands on. So they have to document their thinking all along the inquiry phases. So let's look at the results from two sides, children's experiences. Now, children very clearly identified as scientists, and the children knew what the project was all about. I said to them, we are going to do this project with you. I want to see if you are scientists, if you can work like scientists. And so they knew about this project, and I had lots of reflection discussions with them after the activities, but then also in small focus groups. So I could really listen to what they have to say. And their voices were strong. We did work like scientists today. I am a scientist, because every kid can think like a scientist. We proved that we could be scientists. So I said, well, where's the proof? You must really convince me now. So what they said is, well, the grade 1 said, well, we think we are clever. So those were it was often related to their actions, mental actions, but also physical actions. Grade 2s were a little bit more sophisticated in telling me why they were scientists. And their actions was related to trying something, discovering something new, inventing things, learning new things. And this one said, we worked like scientists because normally scientists are the ones who invent things and who discover the things that haven't been discovered before. So they had a well-developed understanding of what a scientist is and does. Grade 3 said we proved that we could be scientists, and they related their actions to making, building, learning, creating new things. So how did this involvement in inquiry make them feel? Grade 1 said, we feel the fun. I felt that I wanted to do more of it because it was so fun. Many of the children related it to doing something on their own, being allowed to do something on my own and not what the teacher tells me to do. So you can see all the things I highlighted in yellow. I did my own thing, doing something on my own. For me, it felt exciting. Wow, it's wonderful if learning can feel exciting. I felt that I was clever and smart. We want children to feel that they are clever and smart. For some, it was because it was more creative. And then we felt like very good engineers. We want children to feel that way. I also asked the children, what did you learn from this? And I expected to hear that they constructed the science or technology or engineering concept. But there was lots of other things that they learned. The one that was surprising was the opportunity to learn through failures and making mistakes. And you can see a lot of children, we learn to learn from our mistakes and don't give up and keep on trying. Learning from our mistakes and doing it over and over again. So that was a nice opportunity, because the learning opportunities that we give them and the worksheets they need to follow, there's just a right and a wrong. And you go for the 7 or nothing. So for them, this opportunity to make mistakes was a very, very valuable learning opportunity. Teamwork was complicated. But that was also the part that they really experienced as valuable. There was for friendship reasons. We like working together because we're all best friends. For grade 1s, one said, because life will go easier, more not difficult anymore if you can work in a team. This one little guy said, well, it's better to work in a group than just by yourself. Because if you work in a group, you have more people to help you. But if you work by yourself, you just have you. And they reflected on their scientific journals, working as a group is better than working by yourself, and so forth. And they also learned that they have to be in a group to finish, because if they didn't work together, then it didn't work out so well. There was also this struggle together and stronger together idea. Because there was a lot of crying, I can tell you now. Working in a group and you come with your idea, you have to share your ideas in a group, and they don't take your idea, well, there's just snot and trane. But it was so worth it. It was hard, said the grade 2s, but we also got used to it. And then we realized that both of our ideas were good. So we mixed all of our ideas together. So that mixing of ideas enabled them to come up with stronger, better, more powerful solutions. Same with the grade 3s, because we heard someone else's idea and then another person's, and then we added it all together, and then we had a plan. STEAM, also an inquiry-based, also gives multiple opportunities for communication, so they have to fill science journals, they have to make posters, they have to make products and so forth, and they also do a show and tell and so forth. So there's lots and lots of opportunities for communication, the things that we want children to be able to do when they leave grade 3. And there was, although there were multiple opportunities, there was also multiple opportunities for children to communicate at their level. And I don't know if you can see that so clearly, but the top left one is the grade 1s. And you can see that they use words, and they use drawings, and they use pictures and symbols to convey their scientific thinking and process. Now that's wonderful. The ones at the bottom show you that they can communicate the same ideas by not even using words. So at their level, and so for me that is one of the beauties of the STEAM approach. Here you can see some other examples of grade 2s where they could use words, but also drawings, complicated drawings sometimes, to communicate the scientific process and what they did and what they thought. For children, when I asked them about the writing, how did they feel about that? Well, there was mixed feelings. Some grade 1 said, I like drawing, but I don't like writing. It was a little hard, because you had to design still, and you have to do a lot of working. Grade 2 said, I wrote and drew some pictures. It was very fun. One little boy, his science journal was empty, so he said, it was horrible. I just don't like writing. That's why mine's empty. And so the children really appreciated the opportunity to fill their own worksheets in their own way and not someone else's worksheet. And for them, this opportunity of recording their scientific ideas in writing, talking about that, had many, many benefits. Another valuable opportunity was that they could link their in-class experience to outside class. And, while they were so struggling with building their cars in a specific way, the grade 2s realized, well, it must be hard making an engine go in a car, so they could relate their experience to a car designer. Grade 3s had the same reflection. It was kind of hard to build a car according to specifications. Now imagine you had to build one with engines and lots of wires. But as I mentioned previously, one boy said, well, it made us feel like very good engineers, so they could feel like engineers based on their experience. I hope you can see that drawing, but we had pre-drawings, drawing the scientist, and then post-drawings. And in this one, you can see that a child draws himself and he says, I am a scientist. I ask things every day. I want to know how long does a plant take to grow. I like to think of a happy world. So this tells us that they don't only see themselves as scientists now, but they can picture themselves as the people in the world or in our country or wherever they are that will make the world a better place for us to live in. Similarly, a grade 3 a girl said, when I grow up, I will also do a project where we invent something that people will need in the world. So they develop that awareness of the value and place of science in society, and that they can play a role in its advancement. Okay, so I don't have a lot of time left, but from the teacher's point of view, they could also see that children are natural scientists. They said, well, they have this inborn inquisitive sense because they worked with them, they got to know them, they had to do 4 or 5 of these activities. They could see the natural curiosity. They could see that they're doing scientific things without even knowing that. And if you just leave them to try, they'll figure it out. They could also see the value of inquiry and STEAM for children. And there's a lot of things listed there. But some of these students, they said, well, later on, I just used inquiry in all my subjects because I could see the benefits. I integrated it in, and I got tired of trying to explain something in different ways, and they just couldn't get it because they said that even the activities they did at the beginning, at the end of the teaching practice, 10-week teaching practice, children could still remember their engagement in the activities at the beginning and the concepts they constructed. So they said any subject can implement inquiry-based learning. They had a clear understanding of their roles as facilitators, so because you need to put on other shoes. If you want to, you have to step in your inquiry-based shoes. You need to start thinking about your own role differently. So they could understand that. I'm only going to read one. It surprised me that the learners made all these deductions on their own, and they were able to figure this out without guidance. This made me realize that we underestimate the ability of children to learn when they are not given all the answers. Obviously, they don't do it without guidance. They need our guidance and support, even in inquiry-based approaches. While the researchers say that foundation phase people as generalists don't like science and inquiry so much, these students' experiences was way different. For them, it was fulfilling to be a facilitator. And one said, it might be my best attribute. It comes naturally for me. And it was extremely worth it. This one said, the excitement and the belief that I had it in my students to create a solution to the problem. That was so rewarding. And they found out the solution all on their own. Okay, and yeah, so the others also experienced this as a fulfilling thing to do. But with implementation in practice, there were some challenges. They found that there wasn't enough about science and technology and so forth in the curriculum. There's hardly any science. CAPS don't really allocate anything for inquiry. And then also the overemphasis on mathematics in language. The school and all the staff, there's so much pressure on the maths and the English. And there was no thinking of any other things apart from math and science, from their experience. There's also low priority for STEAM. There's no time to spend on something that is not really in the curriculum. Yes, and there's little evidence. You know, if children are not exposed to this, then they don't unlock their potential. It's new to them because they are told what to do, not given the freedom to just do it. This approach is different. They're not used to it. They hadn't done it, and so forth. This one said, and science is now separated of them. They don't have any knowledge of it. Oh, sorry, I'm skipping. They have no knowledge of it. I asked them, what is a scientist? And one boy replied, Despicable Me and Minions. So I think they have more of a fantasy kind of Hollywood idea of what a scientist is. And we saw that with the pictures at the beginning. They all had these horrible, horrible stereotypical images at the beginning before we started with the intervention. It is so sad. Okay, so I'm almost done. The implementation of IPSA is very challenging. The students were still developing their skills, so they could identify the things that they needed. To plan for the unexpected, because you can't go in with a lesson plan and everything goes according to plan because you control it. If you let children loose, they are just everywhere, and that's difficult to cope with. And managing the classroom. This one student teacher said, they were like overwhelming me, and they were like in charge. I was emotionally drained at the end of the day. And the other one in grade 2 said it was difficult to manage because the children were super excited and energetic and so forth. So it's not easy to do inquiry. Then obviously what we tried to do with inquiry, looking at children differently, trying out a different approach in grade R practice, there was conflict. The theory and practice was in conflict. So this one said, being a student teacher in someone else's class where you see that there aren't any science lessons, that's disheartening. I felt I was under so much pressure from the teacher in the classroom because she's like, it's too noisy, it's too this, it's too that. And the mentor teacher's ideas or support was not the things that she wanted to do. Those were exactly the things I didn't want to do. So I felt so stressed when I was doing it because she was like, make me run around, like keep quiet, quiet, quiet. But I didn't want to be that way. So there's conflict when we train teachers in a specific way and they get to practice and it's not welcomed. So to summarize, we know that from children, they told us. The adults say children are natural scientists. Children confirmed that we are natural scientists. We felt like very good engineers. They have the competencies and the capabilities if they are given the opportunity. This was a short intervention. These children had 5 opportunities. It made a huge difference from having these stereotypical images to someone who can picture himself or herself as someone who can save the world later one day. And so forth. The same with the teachers. There was a short intervention. I didn't have, we trained them as generalists. We don't have all the time in the world to do inquiry activities at the university. But we can see that we can change their minds and help them to experience inquiry as fulfilling, something that makes them feel good because they can see the benefits for children. But we can also see that there are many challenges within the curriculum, children's underdeveloped skills, the classroom culture, the context, the practices, and also the mentor-teacher support. So the implications, and this is now the last. Training, we need to look at our pre-service training. I work very hard in my current context to train teachers to do inquiry. In a B.Ed program where we have 130 students, I cannot do hands-on activities all the time. I managed to do 2. They now had to implement inquiry in grade R. They have to submit their projects tomorrow. But in my reflection discussion yesterday, there was, I don't know what to expect. I said, I have to talk about these people, about children as scientists. What am I going to say? Is there such a thing as a child scientist? Is it possible? So they said, well, you have been talking about the child scientist for more than a half of a year now. You'll know what to say. But from our side, it is possible. You'll see when you mark our assignments from tomorrow onwards. Okay, so but within service, we cannot train them at university and nothing goes on when teachers are in practice. There needs ongoing professional development. There must be a systemic change. And what I say now will fall on deaf ears. CAPS must prioritize prioritize STEAM education during these critical early years. We know it's not going to happen, but the classrooms must be fertile grounds for STEAM to flourish. And you need to be supportive when we send our teachers into your classrooms to try out inquiry. Let there be noise, let there be chaos. Okay, finally, what did we learn? This child said, we learned we are scientists. You can read grade 2. Ne? We learned we are scientists. What does it tell you? It is something that can be taught. It is something that can be learned. This last picture, the grade 2 teacher, when she left, the mentor teacher gave her a little booklet. It was just a little booklet like this. And she brought it to me. She was close to tears. She said, you will love this. Almost all the pictures thanked her for the science lessons. So everyone loved her for the science lessons that she did with them. So thank you for teaching me to be a scientist. So, I mean, they learned they could be scientists, but they also thanked her for unlocking this potential and for making it all possible. So the Child Scientists of South Africa calls us to action. They are capable scientists. They deserve the right to participate actively and meaningfully in inquiry-based STEAM. So it is up to us, for me as a teacher trainer, to continue with my struggle. But it's also a call to action for you as teachers to integrate STEAM across the curriculum wherever you can, and to use STEAM as a vehicle to promote children's multiple literacies. And I think, how dare we not do that? Because otherwise we steal their multi-literacies and their potential as scientists. So thank you so much. Oh, now yes, I wanted to say, I think Elizabeth actually wanted me to say something about KWL and all those mind maps that she exposes you to. It doesn't matter what you do, how you do it, just do it. Anything. KWL, whatever you do, just do it, because our children deserve it. Right, thank you so much.
Colleagues, are there any questions for Dr. Bosman? I think what we heard today, if we haven't heard anything regarding inquiry-based as yet, it's hopefully planting the seed for us to take it further. I'd like to encourage you, if you are not aware of it, CTLI runs a course in inquiry, not that much depth, but we do touch on it. So please, next year when the CTLI roster comes out, please check for the life skills training, because there is some type of inquiry in there. I like the fact, Doctor, that you say that inquiry is not just specifically meant for life skills, but it can be used across the board in all our education subjects, since we are generalists. If there aren't any questions, I'd like to thank you for sharing with us your expertise and the time that in coming here to enlighten us on this very, very important topic, taking our learners forward. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation and for listening.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you.
I'll turn it off on that side. Mute on this.
I can sit so long. Oh. Yes, I am.
So we're leaving you to set up your own session.
Don't mind.
Yes,
Nice to meet you.
To meet you too. I'm going to just do the introductions, but I know when they go to the other rooms and perhaps it's full, they come here. So that's why sometimes I have some people.
No problem.
Get me silly looking at my phone and it's on charge. So, but I think we have about 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. No, not at all. I'm okay with that.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laurel Meyer from Metro East, and welcome to today's session. It is the last session, but I'm happy to see quite a few of you in today. It gives me a great honor to introduce Dr. Samantha Fry. She's a pediatrician, very actively involved for the past 8 years in the Family Center for Research at Stellenbosch University. She has been involved in clinical trials where they're focusing on adult and pediatric infectious diseases, particularly HIV and TB. As a clinical lead, Dr. Fry is involved in investigating novel HIV treatment and HIV cure strategies. She has a keen interest in neurodevelopment, particularly relating to HIV and the developing brain, as well as neurocognitive changes associated with ART. Her recent work in Healthy Babies study, where they're looking at assessing neurodevelopment effects on in utero and postnatal maternal ART exposure. We look forward to hearing all the information that we're going to hear you sharing on your research. And I hand you over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laurel. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a blessing and a curse to be the last speaker of the day because on the one hand, everybody's tired and they want to go home. But on the other hand, nobody's got another talk to go to, so I can go on for as long as I want. So can I just start by saying thank you. I had a really lovely session this morning and it was a wonderful group and I learned a lot from the people in the audience, but nobody laughed at my jokes. So thank you so much for laughing at my joke. So let's start. So I'm really talking about neurodevelopment, and as I said, I did speak this morning, and so I do allude to what I spoke about, and so if you missed the talk, I apologize. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible for those who were there, just to recap a little bit about what we spoke about this morning. And so I'm looking now at the latest research. This morning, we looked at how the brain develops, how the spinal cord develops, how the different areas of the brain develop, and what that means for foundation phase learning, for grade R learning in particular. And so let's look at what's happening with the latest research. So why is it important for teachers to know about neurodevelopment? Well, the experiences of infants and toddlers are extremely important, but as we saw this morning, that brain growth and development continues throughout childhood, even into adolescence and early adulthood. And so for children who have experienced toxic stress or grown up in less stimulating environments, the trajectory of this neurodevelopment is seriously impacted by school and what has been done during the school-going years. And so it's really about employing the developmentally best practices, so to speak. And when we talk about best practices, we're talking about high quality and developmentally appropriate education having a positive influence. And here, when you look at the level at which you're teaching, it's really about what's most appropriate for the brain growth and the neurodevelopment of this child in grade R. It's about stimulatory learning, about perceptive influence and perceptive learning. And so encouraging this as an experience-dependent enhancement of our abilities of what we see, hear, taste, or smell. Oh, sorry, I went back. I can't do two things at the same time. And so it's really neurologist Dr. Martha Breach-Dendrieke, who's really a pioneer in the field, who said, if you think about it, teachers shape more brains and to a far greater degree than neurosurgeons. And that's certainly true as we see in neurodevelopment. So what should teachers know about neurodevelopment? So it's really about understanding developmentally appropriate classroom expectations, being aware that there is variability in neurodevelopment and that is normal. So again, like we spoke about this morning, children are meant to reach certain milestones at certain ages, but we know that there's great variability in how that child reaches that milestone, and recognizing what is abnormal. Also recognizing things that could be impacting on the child's learning and neurodevelopment. So for example, a child with a constantly leaking ear may not be able to hear and might get frustrated and so is disruptive. It's not to say that that child has attention deficit, but there's a physical reason why the child might be disruptive or might be frustrated in the classroom. And so really knowing instructional practices that will assist in the development of important skills related to academic and social outcomes. What is happening? Okay. So what influences neurodevelopment? So we see there we've got a varied amount of factors, and they really all interplay with each other. And this is adapted from Walker and colleagues. And so we see in the center on the left-hand side, we've got caregiver, health, and well-being. And particularly in my field, we see a lot of women and caregivers who are living with HIV, and that can cause extra stresses. It can cause intrinsic stresses like depression. It can cause poverty by means of not being able to work. There are also socio-cultural factors involved in the environment of our children in which they live, psychosocial risk factors. And all of these biological factors are also very important. Children who are born stunted, or children who are born with low birth weight and who have stunting due to clinical conditions like TB or due to poor nutrition, we know that there is brain development involvement there and that there is neurodevelopmental delay. And as we spoke about this morning, the different domains in which we see that cognition, language, social, emotional, and sensory motor. So what else can influence the child's development? Well, toxic stress. And so this is really stresses that the child experiences themselves from strong, frequent, or prolonged adversity. And this is things like neglect and child abuse, physical or emotional, caregiver substance abuse, or caregiver mental illness. And we'll see in some of the studies that I'm going to show what impact maternal mental illness can actually have on the development of a child. And so this kind of prolonged activity of the stress response disrupts the development of the brain architecture. So when we were talking about those neurons and those synapses, remember we said that, as you enter later on in your childhood years and early adolescence, you're still busy insulating your axons with that fatty layer to improve the transmission of your synapses and of your messengers. And so that really can get interrupted and disrupted by this ongoing stress response that the child endures and has. And so there's increased risk for stress-related diseases and cognitive impairment. It makes it difficult for the child to learn because those synapses are not developing nicely, those axons are not developing nicely. And so this can even cause an impact on physical and mental health well into adulthood. And so it's really important that it's at that early stage, in those early years, that we identify and that we try and either take the stress away from the child, but also, take the stress away from the child, but also look at ways in which we can overcome the neurocognitive delay or the neurocognitive damage that is caused. So this is one of the studies that I mentioned, and this is a group out in New York. And so they looked at the relationship between perinatal depression, so it's maternal depression around the time of delivery of the child, and neurodevelopment in infants and children through structural and functional neuroimaging research. So basically what they did is they looked at studies. So this is not the group that actually did the studies themselves. They looked at studies that was available in the literature. And they looked specifically at studies that looked at maternal brains, maternal depression, children's brains and maternal depression, and what was the relationship. And what they found was that in the group where there was perinatal depression, they found that children did show a disruption in the amygdala. So the amygdala, we didn't really speak about the amygdala this morning. Let me just go back here. So the connectivity between the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex. So we spoke about the prefrontal cortex. It's that area in the front there. It's orange in this picture. That's really personality and so forth. There was a disruption there, so there can be behavioral conditions. But it also saw that there was decreased growth of the hippocampus in the temporal lobe, and that's really where your memory and your learning ability sit. So again, this was mostly at 6 months of age, but again, entering into school level, it's good at the baseline to get those synapses going, to look at the type of stimulation, perceptive influence, and so on, and what kind of learning this child needs. Interestingly enough, the next group that did a study was a group from Stellenbosch University. And this was a group that, again, looked at maternal mental health and infant neurodevelopment. So they looked specifically at 6 months of age. And so what they did was they looked at a range of maternal conditions. So they looked at things like mood disorder and anxiety disorder. And in the 6-month-old babies, they didn't do imaging, but they did neurodevelopmental assessments. I showed a slide earlier of what kind of assessments we do. And so this is called the Bailey scale. And what they did with these 6-month-old babies was really look at cognitive development, visual perception, and so on. And what they found was that there was no difference in mums who had mood disorders or anxiety disorders, but they did find that in the more severe maternal mental health conditions like psychosis, there was a significant difference in the children or the babies rather who were exposed to mums who had psychosis. And again, this was in multiple domains, multiple multiple characteristics of the neurodevelopmental disorder that they saw. Another group in Stellenbosch, and this is Priscilla Springer, who's the 5th author, used to be one of my bosses, not really call it bosses, but what they did was they looked at maternal depression and anxiety, and they did a study a little bit older in children that were a little bit older. They also looked at the maternal mental health during the antenatal period. So they didn't go around the time of delivery, they looked at 20 to 24 weeks, and they assessed these children at 3 years of age. And what they found, it was quite a large study, they took 600 maternal infant pairs, and what they found was that mums or children who were born to mothers with both prenatal depression and trait anxiety, so a combination of the two, showed more neurodevelopmental deficits in things like cognitive functioning than those where the mums had a single or individual maternal disorder, maternal mental illness diagnosis. This is a very interesting study. So when you think about influences on neurodevelopment, we think also about the environment. And so this is a group in China that looked at the influence of green spaces on neurodevelopment. And so they took quite a few participants, 1,312 pregnant women, and they followed these women with their babies. They did this study between 2012 and 2015. And they followed these pregnant women with their babies until 2 years of age, so children. And they looked at, they sort of calculated an area of vegetation 300 meters sort of in circumference around the participants' residence. And again, they used these Bailey scales looking at these different, both psychomotor and mental development indexes. And what they found was that children, it was a statistical significance that children who had a higher rate of greenery around did better in these neurodevelopmental assessments. What they also found interestingly is that mums who had a very low BMI during pregnancy, there was even a greater difference between, those who were exposed and those who were not exposed. But when they narrowed it down and they got through the data, they found that about 13 to 28%, so almost a third of the reason why these children did better was because there was less air traffic pollution. And so in an area where it's green, there's not a lot of cars, and that actually they found to influence the children and the neurodevelopment of these children. So that was very interesting. Sure.
I'm so sorry. There are two vehicles blocking, and we've been asked to announce GCX 146G as well as CA 696714. Both cars are blocking the way. Please move if it's anybody here. Thank you.
Another environmental factor for childhood development is maternal substance use. We know, and we spoke this morning about during that stage of brain development, at any point of development, maternal substance use can impact brain development. And so this is a group from UCT, if I'm not mistaken, and they looked at maternal drinking behavior and co-exposure of smoking, again, very common problems in our communities. So these were women who were drinking and smoking during and after pregnancy, and they related this to neurocognitive function of school-going children. This was done in the rural Western Cape, and it was published last year. So they took 482 women and children pairs, and of the 482, about a third reported they were drinking at that time of taking the survey. About 27% reported drinking before, 10% reported drinking while pregnant, and 31% reported smoking while pregnant. And what they found was that there were significant associations between past and current maternal drinking and reduced rapid visual processing accuracy in attention, and between maternal drinking during pregnancy and the child's spatial working memory. So basically, what they found was that mums who were drinking before and at the time of the evaluation, children were having less sort of visual processing accuracy, so they weren't able to process visual stimuli as accurately as those who were not exposed to that maternal drinking. And then with working memory, spatial working memory, it was more prevalent in children who were exposed to maternal drinking during pregnancy. We also know that maternal drinking during pregnancy can cause other conditions like fetal alcohol syndrome, and I'm going to speak about that a little bit later on. We know that cigarette smoking in pregnancy also causes intrauterine growth retardation, so the baby might go to full term, but the baby is small. And of course, as we spoke this morning, a small baby, a small brain, not a good brain. Very big brain, also not a good brain. And so when they looked at maternal smoking, they found that heavy smoking, which they classified as more than 5 cigarettes a day, was during pregnancy, was associated with a lowered ability in learning, in memory, and lower health-related quality of life. And so, you know, this is the data, but I'm sure there are children in your classrooms that have this kind of background, where the mum was smoking and where the mum was potentially drinking. And so we know actually which domains have been affected by those influences, and we can actually target those domains in our teaching and in our classrooms. Unfortunately, also those who were exposed to these maternal substances were also more likely to repeat a grade. And that's what they found in the study. So this is also an interesting study. You're going to hear me say everything is interesting because that's, you know, my field. I'm in research. So just bear with me. So here they looked at neurodevelopmental outcomes of extremely low birth weight babies. Again, also very common in our setting. Prematurity, low birth weight is very, very common in our setting. And so they looked at these baby survivors. So this was at a hospital in Johannesburg. And so when they talk about extremely low birth weight, we're talking about under 1,000 grams. So most of these children were around 870 grams, and most of these children were born between, let me just get it right, 27.5 weeks. So the children were more than 2 months or premature. And so there were 732 babies born within these categories. 40% survived, and of that 40%, 29.1% actually presented for these evaluations. And so what they found was that when they did these assessments between children, these 29.1%, the difference between these children and children who were not extremely premature, there was no significant difference. But when you think about it and you tease out the information, you realize that the children they tested were the strongest of the weak. And so it's interesting how we interpret this kind of data, because this is of the 60% that survived. So theoretically speaking, those who had severe neurodevelopmental, insults had not survived that period. So it's very interesting stuff, I must say. So this is also this morning in one of the addresses, the DDG spoke about nutrition, and nutrition is really important. We all know nutrition is important in brain development, and what I like about this article is that it actually, we can't see because it's actually not, it doesn't project well, I'm sorry about that. But what they actually did in this review article is they identified exactly which vitamins and minerals affect which part of the brain development. And so it's really interesting to see exactly where the sort of influence of these vitamins and minerals are, what a lack of contributes to neurodevelopmental insult or delay, and what affects the domain is deficient. And this morning I spoke about the gut-brain axis, and the gut-brain axis is really the interaction of the microbiome, so the microbial organisms in the gut that we know are there, and how they interact with the nerves that supply the gut, and then in turn with the brain. And so this is very interesting stuff, but it also just sort of reiterates and strengthens what we know, that poor nutrition can lead to poor neurocognitive outcomes. So my colleague who I work with and who actually did this work on the SHARE trial suggested that I take these slides out. But if you'll indulge me, so this is the work that we did. So this was a study that we did about 15, 16 years ago, and this really put FAMCRU on the map, so to speak. So when I spoke this morning about there wasn't access to antiretroviral therapy, what we did was we took 3 groups of children all living with HIV. The one group of children, we said, okay, we'll go with standard of care. And standard of care at that time was when your CD4 count reaches a certain level or when you get sick, you qualify for antiretroviral therapy. Then we took another group and we said, okay, we're going to start you early. And we accessed treatment for these children through the study. We're going to start you early, and then after 1 year, we're going to stop your treatment, and we're going to see what happens. And then we took another group, and we said, okay, we're going to start you early as well. And when I say early, I mean before 3 months of age. And then we're going to give you treatment for 2 years, and then we're going to stop your treatment and see what happens. And so this was really the first, so we did it in Cape Town and Joburg, and this was the first group of children in the world that was starting treatment so early. And so obviously, as we followed up these children, we were very privileged to be able to follow up these children for 16, 17 years. So we know them now as adolescents, and that comes with a whole bunch of other challenges. But obviously, over the 16, 17 years, we wanted to see what's happening in their brains. So we did scans, and we did neurodevelopmental assessments as well. And so when we looked at 5 years of age and what the outcomes at 5 years of age were, and this is Barbara Lawton's work, who is my colleague, what we found was that at 5 years of age, the children who were exposed, or the children who were living with HIV, actually had decreased visuospatial abilities. So they had a deficit in the visuospatial cortex. And why that's important is because, again, that's the time, 5 years of age, where you're entering school, and that's why it's so important to increase that perceptive learning, to increase that stimulatory learning. And so when we look, and this is a very busy slide, but what I basically want to show you is, those are all the arms that I explained. The one arm is exposed but uninfected children, and the other arm is unexposed children. But what you can see is, in most of the domains, so these are all different domains that we tested, in most of the domains, even though there's a difference, the children still followed a sort of curve according to the other, so all the kind of lines look the same. So the children followed a fairly stable trajectory compared to the others, even though there was a difference. And there again, you can see in the different domains. So what we did was we looked at them again at 7 and 9 years of age. And so this is one of our FAMCRU staff members as well. This was her PhD work. And she assessed these children at 7 and 9 years of age, again, looking at different domains, cognitive development, language, visual perception, and so on. And what she actually found was that the trajectory of these children from 7 to 9 was similar in all the groups. So in other words, if you had a deficit, you corrected yourself over time. And if you're thinking about what's happening in these children's lives at this age, is that they are at school. A lot of the children also had very dire social circumstances and went into better social circumstances at this age. So there's various factors, but it was very interesting to see what we found, how early treatment influenced sort of, and this is what we think. We think that the difference between the children living with HIV and not living with HIV has got to do with early treatment. That early treatment actually not only saved their life, but also protected their brain. Oops. So we also know that children who are exposed to HIV but not infected, so their mums have HIV, their mums are taking antiretroviral therapy, and they don't get HIV, we also know that they have structural brain changes. And we've done this. This is from Catherine Weatherburn in UCT. And we've done this work looking at both neurodevelopment assessments as well as imaging. And we can see that with things like visuospatial processing, problem solving, there's significant difference and improvement in children who are not exposed to HIV or ART at all. This is going, oh, I'm pressing the wrong button, sorry. So that's all I'm going to talk about HIV. Oh, the thing I forgot to say why I brought up HIV is also because, just an interesting fact, there are 8 million people living with HIV in South Africa. And if you think about it, we only have a population of 60 million, which means more than 1 in 10 are actually living with HIV. And so it might not seem like a lot, but there are 270,000 children living with HIV in South Africa. And it doesn't seem huge, but that's 270,000 too many. And so that's why we continue the work that we're doing to try and get to a place where there are no more children living with HIV. I wanted to highlight just 3 important neurodevelopmental disorders that I thought would be important. So one of them is attention deficit disorder. And so this is one of the most common neurodevelopmental disorders in childhood. These children have trouble paying attention and controlling impulsive behaviors. And again, there is a range. There's a range of the effect or the range of the severity of the symptoms in the child. We know that genetics plays a role, and they've seen that brain metabolism is lower in areas of the brain that control attention, social judgment, and movement in these children, doing imaging studies and so on. And so we think that there's a host of factors that contribute to ADHD: brain injury, alcohol and tobacco use during pregnancy, prematurity, and it's really a multi-step diagnosis. So it's not an easy diagnosis to make. It's a multifactorial, multidisciplinary, and there's both pharmacologic and non-pharmacologic treatment. And so the non-pharmacologic treatments that can help is things like healthy eating habits, participating in daily physical activity, limiting the amount of screen time. I got asked the question about screen time earlier on, and here we see how screen time can actually worsen the symptoms in children with ADHD. And then sleep is very important in these children. And then also parents or other family members may need to help with the management. In the classroom, what can you do? Keep expectations consistent. So the child must know exactly what's expected of them. If there are rules, say the rules to the child repeats the rules back to make sure that everybody understands. Limit distractions, things like loud music or, lots of activity can be a distraction, but sort of counterintuitively, sometimes the children are calm when there's a little bit of background white noise, but that can be disruptive to the other learners. So it's really about kind of looking at the environment and saying, how can I accommodate this child? Providing frequent feedback, checking in with the child, you're doing a good job, etc. And if there is unacceptable behavior, to say so up front. Rewarding good behavior, giving a break and using tools and flexible rules. So this is really about just breaking that sort of monotony of the task that's at hand. So it's small things like letting them get up and hand out something to the rest of the class, or just letting them stand and draw rather than sit and draw, because everybody else is sitting. Maybe standing is easier or better for the child. And then not to overload with too much input, and then encouraging support as well. So the next one that is a very common disorder that is found in children is autism spectrum. And again, here there is a range of severity. You get a level 1 where there might be just mild support needed, a level 2 where there's a moderate support needed, and a level 3 where, there's lots of support needed. And so this is really caused by differences in the brain, and these children have problem with social communication and interaction. There's often repetitive behaviors and interests, and they also have different ways of learning, like moving or paying attention, or struggling to pay attention. The factors that have been identified, again, no clear-cut cause, but the factors identified or contributing factors is having a sibling with ASD, older parents, and then certain genetic conditions are predisposed to autism spectrum disorders, and then low birth weight. And again, it's a real package of diagnostic tools that we use to diagnose these children. But these children can be diagnosed as early as 2 years of age. And again, when we think about that table of neurodevelopment, this morning when I spoke about what children should be doing in each of the domains at what age. We said that there's variability, but there are certain things that if you don't have it by a certain time, you would sort of be concerned. So for example, not responding to a name by 9 months. So who was in the talk this morning, who can remember by what age must you respond to your name? It's okay, I always have to look at the table myself, but I think it's 6 months of age. So it's things like not being able to play interactive games at 12 months of age, not showing interest in other people by 15 months of age. And then, I better get my maths right, this is a room full of teachers. By 5 years, not singing, dancing, or acting. So those kind of lack of milestones would be quite concerning in this situation. So as we said, there's restrictive or repetitive behaviors, and I'm not going to go through all of that, but basically focusing just on one part of an item, or getting upset by minor changes, not doing well with change within the environment, and then having to follow certain routines. Sure, it happens in children that they want to follow certain routines, but this is really different to others. This is really impacting on others in the environment and also impacting on this child's ability to learn. And so they may also have lots of strengths. So people or children on the autism spectrum do have strong visual and auditory abilities to learn. They often excel in math, science, music, or art, and being able to learn things in detail and remember information for long periods of time. So, they really excel in these areas and would be interested in these areas and would be focused when engaging in these kind of activities. So what can help, just in terms of children with autism spectrum disorder? So obviously there are interventions that can be, again, depending on the level of functioning, you'd need to identify whether this is something that needs to be managed by a specialist or needs to be referred. And so learning social communication and language skills, increasing or building upon the strengths of the child, and learning life skills for living independently. It's very important to take the patient or the child into adulthood. And so we spoke a little bit about music therapy and stimulation and sensory input. And so there's been quite a few studies that have looked at music therapy. This was a systematic review. So again, this group took a bunch of publications and they analyzed it. And they looked at children with autism spectrum disorder and other neurodevelopmental disorders. And I won't go into the details of the results, but they showed a positive impact of music on neurodevelopment in a variety of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism spectrum. And it wasn't just found in 1 or 2 reports or publications, it was found in quite a few. Majority of the publications showed a positive impact of music therapy. The last sort of highlighted neurodevelopmental disorder I wanted to talk about was fetal alcohol spectrum. Again, very common. We saw earlier on a few slides ago that children who were exposed to intrauterine the mother was drinking during pregnancy, we saw that they do have neurological deficits. And so here again, the fetal alcohol spectrum is a disorder is a spectrum. And so you get partial, you get birth defects, and then of course the most severe in the spectrum is fetal alcohol disorder. And so these are children who have low IQ, learning difficulties, and trouble particularly with memory, coordination, attention, and hyperactivity. And so they have typically a phenotypical face with a flattened nasal bridge, with sort of short, sort of almond-shaped eyes, and that's really the stereotypical faces of a child with fetal alcohol syndrome. And again, if you think back to this morning's talk, when that neural tube was forming, the skin and your layers of the skin form from that same sort of area of the embryo. And so that's why children who have neurodevelopmental disorders, genetic disorders that have associated neurodevelopment, have facial features that are recognizable. So when that neural tube was forming, that alcohol was influencing that process, and there was facial features that developed. And so all children with fetal alcohol syndrome will have this stereotypical face, and we use it as part of the diagnosis. There's no test that we do, but we look at the clinical picture, we look at the history. If the mom did have alcohol intake, we look at the school performance and the cognitive performance, and we make the diagnosis. And so we see there they have other physical defects. Small head, again, small head means you're not really forming all your neurons that you're supposed to, so that's not conducive to good learning. Vision and hearing problems, there's some joint deformities, and then those are the facial features, distinctive facial features. And then we've spoken a little bit about the neurological problems, and there are behavioral issues in these children as well. And so again, treatment, there is pharmacologic and non-pharmacologic treatment for these children. The pharmacologic is really aimed at the symptoms. So if the child is having sort of mood swings and sleep irritability and aggression, you can look at things like antidepressants or anti-anxiety, but it's generally about behavioral therapy and assisting with educational challenges and trying to do that. And again, I didn't mention, but as with all of these, it's a multidisciplinary approach, right? So it's medical, educational, OT, physio, all of those things. Social work is also very important in these children, and how to assist the parents in managing these children is also important. And then if there is maternal addiction, do not forget about the mom and assist the mom as well. So what can grade R teachers do? So this is really just the general overall, and this is really looking at preparing for early reading and what the kind of visual perceptive skills are needed to be able to start early reading and to learn early reading. And so it's things like visual discrimination. So in order to be able to identify similar looking letters, you need to be able to sort items according to color, size, and shape, and so on. And so it's really looking at what is needed for the next step and making sure that we have completed the steps before to give that foundation, to build those synapses, to strengthen those synapses so that the children can go on to excel academically. Play in early learning. I was asked earlier on what I think about stimulation and how we can increase stimulation and stimulative play. Play is a great way to incorporate social skills, to incorporate perceptive and sensory stimulation, to build physical skills and coordination. And you can incorporate different types of play, but guided play and sort of observed play, not like a free-for-all, basically. So also recognizing different teaching styles and recognizing different learning aids, right? And so I know that I am not as qualified as some people in this room to talk about this, but this is what I found, that there's different ways of learning. So there's visual and auditory. Some children learn best through touch and so on. And so it's really adapting teaching methods to be able to effectively develop these domains and these areas of the brain through specific types of learning. I was also asked earlier on about motor skills, particularly if children are indoors and don't have access to that lovely green area that they had in China. And so you can really do things like threading beads, drawing, coloring, playing with Play-Doh. That's for your fine motor that we spoke about this morning with your pincer grip. And then for gross motor, it's really jumping, skipping, running. I don't know if skipping is allowed inside the classroom, but that is something that would develop those motor skills and those large motor groups. Then in terms of social and emotional skills development, group activities, role playing, and again, remember this was one of our domains in neurodevelopment. Discussing emotions. I spoke this morning about a picture book that we have for mums where there's no words, but there's just pictures, and mums, when the children are young, the mums read to the child by making up stories, and as the child grows up, the child tells the mum stories according to those pictures, so it's imagination and so on. And then celebrating successes. It's important, it builds confidence, it encourages positive behavior, and even in the face of challenges with neurodevelopmental delays or neurodevelopmental conditions, celebrating success is always good. Maybe it's verbal, maybe it's putting the child's artwork up to appreciate it, and so on. And then, of course, professional development. And, you know, conferences like this is wonderful. You get together, you can stay updated, enhancing skills, meeting learners' needs, understanding why learners are the way they are, and identifying what level of intervention is needed. Is this something that can be managed in the classroom? Is this something that must be sort of forwarded up the line? Is this something that is heavily medical and needs medical attention? And so there are a few key takeaways. I'm not going to read through it because I've got the 10-minute mark. But what I do want to say, two things. One is, so thank you for everything that you're doing in the classroom. Thank you for living out your passion and your purpose, as we heard this morning. Your DDG said that teachers are the only group of people that lay awake at night worrying about other people's children. I'd like to argue that pediatricians also lay awake at night worrying about other people's children, but what I will say is that foundation phase teachers have a lot more fun at their conferences. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Nothing? Well, if there aren't any questions, I won't keep anybody. I just want to say thank you so much to Samantha Fry, Dr. Samantha Fry. And I will agree that you do live out your passion like the foundation phase teachers here. I can hear and I can see that in the manner you did your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing all your findings and those phenomenal stats with us. And yes, I have to agree with you. You said it a number of times. Neurodevelopment is very interesting. And as teachers, we need to know and understand how the children's brains develop and how so many factors influences it, from substance abuse, environmental factors, social economical factors, to name but a few. But that it also starts before birth, at birth, it manifests in childhood, right through adolescence into adulthood. And where do we come in? Where do we make a difference? Understanding that, yes, we have to teach a curriculum, but those of you who know me, I also often say we are teaching children, and we need to recognize them as individuals and recognize that there are all these factors that influence them, and we need to do our utmost to meet those demands and meet their needs. Thank you very much for sharing the tips as well in our classroom, and especially the importance of play, that it starts in grade odd, and as well as storytelling. And we are on that mission of introducing literacy, making sure that our 10-year-olds can read for meaning and read with understanding. So thank you very much to all present, and thank you once again, Dr. Samantha Fry. Okay. Sorry, we won't be meeting together. You may travel safely, and we'll see you tomorrow again. Thank you.